Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's Monday, and I've been running around like a headless chicken, so that must mean now it's time for some Factorio, and some more space exploration and Krastorio². And last week we got the Astro Science Pack 3 up and running, so that's been very, very exciting. Oh, and now Mike has decided to join at just the wrong time. Oh well, never mind. And that's meant we've been able to do the research into the spaceships, and now we can start thinking about that as well. So that's going to be all kinds of good fun, and why don't they get rid of that? So hello everyone. Hello, Tak, Alexander, Yukito, Chloe, and Blake. Welcome, and Tristan and Mike as well, of course, I suppose.
Hello.
I have literally been home. I've been home for about 10 minutes now. That's not too bad, I suppose. Kind of. I actually phoned ahead and got my computer turned on before I got home, so that it would be actually booted up and sort of maybe kind of ready for me to start playing. Now, yes, we're thinking about spaceships. I'm not sure we're actually thinking with them yet. I have a to-do list somewhere, so let's have a look at that, because it will be a bit of a to-do. Oh, that's quite a long to-do list. I'm not sure how many of those are how many of those are going to be mine and how many are other people's. So let's start working through my to-do list, because that's something I can do with relatively limited brain. Hello, with only a hint of brain, should we say, given that you've just popped up. And hello, Teeman, as well. And so, yes, if I get some of these easy things done first, that are just going around fixing obvious dumb things that I've done in the past, then after that I can sort of, once my brain sort of settles down and I can start actually thinking about things, then maybe we can see where things are going to go. Although that said, Marc has expressed an interest in doing the spaceship design, at least for the sort of the more long-range spaceships. Oh, sorry, not the more long-range, the more coming up with some sort of interesting variable spaceshipy scheme. So we're very, very tempted to let him do that, because he hasn't really played with spaceships before, and myself and Tristan both have, and it sounds like he's got some quite ambitious ideas that are probably going to go wrong in comical ways. So letting him have a go at that sounds like quite a good idea. Right, so I've got some broken data cards. Let's just chuck those on this belt, on this random belt here, and they can disappear off into the goodness knows where. Also known as the recycling system. Is there anything else I've got that I want to chuck on there while I'm at it? No, the rest of my inventory, whilst I don't necessarily want very much of it, is things that are going to be used elsewhere. So that's that one. Tidied up those broken data cards. Great. Oh, there's a missing underground pipe for the Astro data up here somewhere. I remember that. I don't remember where, but I remember that it existed. Maybe it was down. Somewhere there was a broken pipe. I spotted it and I talked about it in the video, and now I can't remember where it was. Was it one of these? No. Astrometric data. Okay, I can't read my own notes. I'd say my own handwriting, but it's on computer, so I haven't got any excuses there. We need to have a lot more beryllium. So at the moment there is none, and this is unfortunate, because we need massive quantities of it for producing these things here. Now, other than that, we also for Astro Science, we're going to need quite a lot of beryllium up here, but at the moment we seem to have a decent amount of it. There's 528, and that is indeed some. So this one is okay. I don't know why there's 500 in there. I guess there's multiple things have been delivered, so it's probably okay. Yes, you can end up with somewhat suspicious-looking spaceships. Because let's put it this way: no matter what shape our spaceships end up being, they can't be worse than Blue Origin's rockets, can they? Go and Google it. Is it the New Shepherd? I think is the is the one they're actually flying at the moment. That has, let's just say, it has a rather bulbous head. So what else? There's a couple of superfluous signal transmitters over here, and we don't like superfluosity because it's a waste of power. It's just generally a waste. So we don't need that there because the train just runs back and forth and gets the stuff when it needs it. We don't need that one there for exactly the same reason. We don't need this one here again for the same reason. These have all just been copied and pasted in, and nobody noticed that I put signal transmitters in that nobody needs. So we'll pick up all of those, get rid of those because they're not needed. But yeah, so as I was saying, a lot of the beryllium is, and I may be a little bit worse than normal about jumping around between random different topics tonight because my brain hasn't had a chance to stop spinning. Yes, a lot of the beryllium is ending up here. I say a lot of it. This warehouse is actually empty, but it is ending up here to go into the process into this system over here. So yeah, oh, I see why it's managed to be empty but have a full belt along there because it's taking off the bottom side first. So yeah, we have a massive beryllium shortage. Yes, ingots can be delivery cannoned. Yes, it's an excellent way to get resources around. And with the exotic materials, I was going to say there isn't really a stage other than ingot. That's not true. Obviously, there's plates, but no, you can't make plates immediately. So you make ingots. They're the sort of the first thing that's produced. I don't know if you can put beryllium ingots beryllium plates in a delivery cannon. Let's have a look. Beryllium plate.
I'd be surprised if you couldn't, because at the end of the day, shipping plates should be, it's a plate of metal.
Yeah,
it's
but
not that we're talking about shipping.
You can't. It turns out you have to ship them as ingots.
That's strange.
Well, I guess
also,
it's with the delivery cannons. A lot of the time, it is just the simplest form of the thing that you can ship, and plates have been processed an extra time over ingots, so that makes them the less simple one. Whereas with something like iron, you process the plates. The plates are the simple one, and then you put in extra processing steps earlier on in order to make ingots instead. So there's a sort of logic in there, I think, maybe. I don't know. Whether you can send, I imagine you can probably send iron ingots in a in a delivery cannon as well. Let's see. You can turn them into plates. You can void them. Yes, you can delivery cannon iron ingots as well. So yeah, I would say it seems very likely to me that you can delivery cannon all of the ingots in a Japanese time zone. Wow, that's actually going to happen to me next year. But at the moment I'm merely in a Cambridge time zone, which is the same time zone but requires 2 hours of driving to return home. All right, is the disposal belt from Norbit to Norvis rocket jammed? From the Norbit to Norvis rocket. So that's this. I remember noticing this. The belt that comes out of here. There is a disposal belt that is apparently unloading massive quantities of processed fuel, which seemed like an odd choice of things to be sending down from there. And it doesn't seem to be jammed, but it is kind of slow. Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of stuff we normally expect to have on it. Lots of scrap. I see. I understand the problem, I think. It's because there is a stream of scrap pouring out here from making the substrates up here, and for some reason it's not remotely side balanced. Oh, it's not side balanced because we're only feeding in from one side. What there? Diddly.
Well, we've had a load of processed fuel come down from Norbit.
Yeah, that seems like an odd thing to be bringing down from Norbit. So for some reason, only one side of this belt is flowing, and that seems to be because one side of this belt has historically flowed.
It sort of doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't, except that it means that all of the scrap all the scrap is on the same side of the belt, and the scrap has backed up. So
yeah.
So we're shipping through at a rate of substrates, but
where's the scrap backed up? Oh, the substrate area. Okay.
Yeah. Because that and all of the processed fuel are both on the same side of the belt, and if we put the why oh,
we do that, then suddenly that fixes it.
Have you belt that side balance?
I've just done that. No, I've just had the scrap from the substrates go on the other side.
Right. Okay.
That gives it a side each.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment that seems fair. It's not something I'm entirely 100% happy with in the long term. And ideally, we'd want them both to be on both sides, but for now, that does fix it. Especially as the processed fuel seems to be coming in at a rate of 1 yellow belt. So it's just, yeah, but that does mean we get twice as much scrap through.
The only reason that's a thing is because we're only drawing one side of the substrate.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. I missed that part.
And then I sort of went over to look to see if I could work out why, and then discovered that the substrate belt down here isn't going anywhere anyway. So I guess it's just filling up the buffer, and where the buffer is, what is on the belt. I am looking at the right one, aren't I? No, that's something. No, that is rough data substrates. Okay, in the time I was talking about it, it's caught up. So now nothing's happening there. So we are that is sorted in inverted commas.
Ah.
Right. No. If you're referring to if Jeremy, if you're referring to the signal receivers I removed up in the science area, I don't think. No, there never have been any. There never have been delivery cannons firing in there to quite that area. I don't think. Because the bits that have the bits that are receiving stuff by delivery cannon, which do exist up there, like this one, they have their own signal transmitters, so they're separate. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I'm in the game.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I get to play.
Will we use trains on spaceships again? Probably, especially for stuff like... So up here we have the nonsense that is biological sciences, where you need to bring in refined, processed vitamelange, you need to bring in bioscrubbers, you need to bring in herbla-derblers, and you need to bring tumty-tumty-tumties. So these are going to require all kinds of weird things, all of which are going to be coming in from the bioplanet, probably. So I suspect what we might do is essentially this... have a train go back and forth that picks up all of the weird bio things, but this train, instead of dropping down to Norvis to pick up all these things, will clear off, or will go onto a spaceship, fly over to Bigrid, and then come back with all the stuff on board. So I suspect if I'm involved in the design for this, or if I am listened to, both of which are probably bad ideas, then I shall suggest that we do a spaceship train with basically a train like this. However, bio is sort of Marc's thing, so he's probably going to put in a belt that goes all the way from Bigrid to Norbit. We shall see. Good evening, Smurf. Welcome, or Doopy. I can't remember what I call you, but yes, welcome. You can indeed make hangar ships, so ships that carry trains around, and because we are at the point we're at now, we are able to do the first 5 spaceship integrity researches. We are going to be able to make quite big spaceships as soon as we start making spaceships, because as a bit of a precursor to making spaceships, we're going to need to start making all the spaceship parts, and that's going to mean we need to sort out the beryllium supply situation, which means I'm going to have to go back out to Talos again, and set up significantly more beryllium processing than I currently have. So at the moment, I mean, it is making beryllium. There is this steady stream. We've got 2 of these things making it off. We've got 2. What are these blue belts? I assume they're blue belts. Yes, 2 blue belts of beryllium ore coming in, or beryl as I think it's actually called, coming in, being turned into a relatively small amount of beryllium. You can see the problem here. And then up here we've got, in theory, we've got another blue belt of core chunks coming in and being turned into beryl and being turned into more beryllium. So we are making beryllium at 3 blue belts of input, which is a pathetic excuse for a red belt of output. So this needs some more oomph, not to put too fine a point on it. Which one are you? Okay. Why? Oh right. Why are we not receiving any in? So that's the one that's okay. This is the one that is not okay. Why are you not working? Was it that one I clicked on? Yes. Why is it? So there is plenty of beryllium here, but none of this is being shipped to Norbit. And let's have a look. So that's turned on. That's turned off. Where are you getting a signal from? You're getting from Norbit Astro. Did I surely? Surely I have... No, this wasn't working before, so it's not the things I just went around and deleted. And there are no signals on from Norbit Astro. So let's have a look at that, because this might be the first thing I can fix that's actually vaguely interesting, rather than just picking up some broken belts from somewhere. So here we go. This is from Norbit Astro, or at least it should be. No, it's not. I take it all back. This is from Norbit Astro, and there's no cable going across here. So when I removed the additional warehouses, I broke all the cables because I'm a muppet. So let's put in some more. Let's put the cable back in. I want to link it up to there as well, and then to there, and there. There we go. Right, so now we can get that signal through there again. Hopefully some beryllium will start to arrive, and then Bob's your auntie's live-in lover, as they say. Hello, beryllium? Has? Hello? It'll probably arrive fairly soon. So that's gonna sort that problem out. It's a semi-temporary fix because in the short term, this is going to get the science working over here. This will be fine. The limiting factor is probably then going to be these things, the aeroframe scaffolds, because we're not going to have enough beryllium being shipped to Norvis, and also not enough cryonite being shipped to Norvis still. So those are the two things that we need to sort out in order to get this running. However, at the moment, we're in a sort of a position where we can at least produce a bit of the science. We can keep things ticking over, just not running as fast as we would like it to. So that's not too bad. Missing belts in the Norvis to Norbit train. So presumably that's down on Norvis. The missing belts are presumably down here somewhere, I would say. No, further down, further down here. What is wrong? Why did I say there was a problem?
To the undergrounds. Green belts.
Yes. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm glad somebody pays attention to my videos, because it ain't me. Apparently. There we go. So put those in, and then these will run. It'll actually load up the train properly. I mean, we need a train.
Speaking of paying attention to your videos, I can't help but notice that you've added a horrific monstrosity of doom through my my nice, neat, and orderly
there's not that
testing
much
fabrication area.
There's only a little bit of doom, and it's only temporary. So you know, in the traditional, and we all know what temporary means, but it is, yes.
I was going to say.
Yes, so we need to make them with beryllium go brr. Yes, you're quite right.
Oh, dear.
Yes. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. I mean, at least we put it. Or I say we. This is the management we.
Me.
Management we means Tristan. At least, this belt just passes harmlessly through the middle, and then is perfectly prioritised to just mean you don't have to use up quite as many of your valuable copper ingots. So I don't know why you're complaining. It's all just there in there.
You mean other than the fact that you've used the station that I had the rail station that I had reserved for something else?
Well,
I mean, in fairness, I didn't put a note on the map for that because I wasn't expecting other people to come and tinker. Oh dear.
You can have it
it's
back.
Not going to be there long term, though.
Yeah.
So
fairly
yes,
soon.
It is. It's going to be there for eternity.
Well, fairly soon we're going to run out of copper to send to it. So at that point, it can stay there if you want. But if you're that sure you want it to be annoying, or want to be annoyed by it, but it's not going to do any good.
You have no idea how tempted I am to manually send a train there to pick it all back up again and take it home. Dear.
No, those are going to be fluid stations. So you're not allowed to send copper to fluid stations. It just wouldn't work. Not unless it's molten. So that's missing trigger to tell the Norvis to Norbit train to actually go. Wow.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, you've got rid of the original copper excess stations, haven't you?
Not quite. They're currently being emptied into that station that you don't like. So once that's been emptied, there's no more copper being fed into them. So once all the copper is gone from them, then there won't be anything there. There won't be any copper. There won't be a copper station there anymore. At least that's the theory.
So lovely theory.
As we all know, theory and practice. In theory, theory and practice are the same, but in practice they tend not to be. Now, I need to work out how on earth to make this work, because this has got sort of slightly bigger and slightly out of control. What cabling this up is no longer as trivial as it would have been as it is over here. Because over here, you've got if you only need to watch this belt and these two belts and these two belts, or probably even you could get away with watching just one of them. And if they're full, then that means the train is not accepting stuff, either because it's not there or because it's full. Over here, it is theoretically possible that if we had enough batteries up in Norbit, that and all the other stuff that comes from over this side, if the only thing you needed in Norbit was plastic, then these belts could fill up, and when the train is full, and then these ones could remain empty. So I can't just monitor all of them. I could monitor each belt individually or each pair of belts individually, because these two are linked by a splitter. So I could monitor these two, and if the total amount on here is 16, the total amount of stuff on these two is 16, and or the total amount of stuff on these is 16, or the total amount of stuff on these is 16, then send a signal through, and then do the same up here as well. I can't just watch across all of them for 16, 32, 48. Because
you only need to do it in 3 sets of 2, don't you?
6 sets of 2, because three for each train.
Sorry, three sets of 4 is what I meant.
3 sets of 4.
Because you've got the 2 input belts.
No, because if hypothetically the front train filled up, it needs.
You don't want it to leave because the front train's full. You want it to leave because both trains are full.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, if they're both. Yeah, that's that. Yes, that's a good point. Yes. Yeah,
and if you've got inactivity,
Talos is under attack, as in taking damage. I seem to recall this happened in the video. Have you?
Oh, the iron.
Did, although not there. Yes, I did need to deal with that. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go and put some nukes on a biter. It's dark over here. Right. Yes. So it's not gonna. Oh, right. Let's do the first. Let's fix this first and tell the those things to get the filters to go to the left. Then let's spank the spank that worm. And let's spank these.
If you just do the worm, then you don't need to do any more of it.
Yeah, but I want to get rid of these nests up here. I know, but they're going to be attracted anyway, it turns out. Although I am about to make it worse, slightly. There we go. There are significantly more green biters this time than there were last time. Still, that has kind of sorted it. I don't need this iron mine over here, so it's not too serious if they want to destroy it, and apparently they do. There is more than enough iron coming out. Well, on the belts already, and also coming out of the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, it's my gut reckoning for these, or gut feel for these things. It's not about does it have enough coming through for now. It's when it invariably gets through that.
Oh yeah.
Will you remember what happened and how to deal with it?
Maybe. It's a definite maybe.
I sense no is the correct answer to this question.
It'll take me a little while to work it out, but I will be able to. Yes.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, is it can be derived. It's not beyond the wit of man to figure these things out.
Exactly. And or if we put 2 of us together, then we might manage a wit. Right, there we go. Okay, there have been questions. No, you can't check the train contents to see if it's full, because if you're putting a mixture of stuff into a train, let's have a look at this one as an let's switch over to navsat mode. Let's look at this one as an example. So if we now imagine we now had a sudden huge demand for plastic on this train, all of this part would fill up with plastic, but the train would not be full because this stack isn't full and this stack isn't full, so it wouldn't go. Rockets do go when they run out of empty stacks. Trains do not. So you can't just go when train is full then leave. Second question. Pulse count or belt pulses stop increasing. You could watch for an amount of time, like a second, to see if there are no pulses in a second. No, wait, that wouldn't work, because if there's no pulses, that could just mean there's no stuff being passed through. So what we want to do is we want to watch the way we're working. What we're planning to do is essentially what Tristan's done over here. What Tristan's done here, which is where you just watch the belts. And when there is more than, he's passing it straight over here. But when there is more than 16 items on the 2 belts, when there is 16 items across the 2 belts, then the train can leave, because that means the belts are full, therefore it stopped working. And as long as therefore the belts are stopped flowing because the train either is missing or full, and you can then use delays and inactivities and so on to make sure it's a full, not a missing. This relies on you only having one belt feeding in here, because if you have two belts going, or two blue belts going in, either way, because if you have a full capacity going in here, then these could look full even when it's still flowing. But if you have less than the 2 belts worth going in, then you can be sure that if the 2 belts are full, then the train is, as I say, either full or missing, and you can then check for missing as well. So
the alternative is what I've got here, which is checking for. Essentially, it's checking for there's something on the belt, and also there's nothing flowing.
Right, yeah, that's going to be significantly more complicated. What I can do over here though is, as Tristan pointed out, and I can do it with 3 comparators. So I look at these 2 and these 2, and if these 4 add up to 32, then that means that this input here has backed up, as it has at the moment, split across here, and so both wagons are full, or the train's missing. If I then do it across these 4, so the two that have got steel on at the moment, then I can do the same for that feed, and then across these ones for the batteries as well. If all of those are, if any one of those 3 are stopped, then it means the train is full or missing, and therefore we can start thinking about departure. So that seems like a good way of sorting it. Yeah, we could have it leave when idle and greater than 50% full, but that's no fun. Also, that way you end up with half full trains going.
How do you detect that it's at least 50% full?
That's a good question, actually.
Yeah, that's not what's it called?
There isn't a thing for that, is there? No, there's.
So that's where in the not this video, just being the one before, I think it was, you were critical of my in progress bit of logic where I used plastic on the ground. So I thought that would be the one I had most, but I've removed that since, because I was like, yeah, it's far too likely to have a problem.
Okay, have you gone over to basically the same system that we're using then?
At the moment, I'm literally just manual command.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not you.
Go down, go up.
Oh,
No, that's not me.
This one's you. So it's got cables in the right place. Oh yes, you're stopping and starting these belts based on whether the train's there or not. I remember.
Nope, that one's not me. Mine's that one. There, sorry, yes, there we are.
Yeah,
yes.
this one.
Streamline.
Fair enough.
So yes, I'm basically only emptying the warehouse when the train's available. That's not necessary, really. It adds.
Yeah, and the rest of us basically decided. There's no point in having a warehouse there. You might as well just dump straight onto the train. But I mean, it doesn't matter. The different designs are reasonably acceptable.
Yeah, so what I was doing, let me walk you through my logic, and I only got about a third of the way through the implementation, but let me walk you through the missing 2/3. I was sat there thinking, you can't detect when the train is above N% full.
Yes.
So what I was doing was thinking, tell you what I want to do is to cue the instruction to fill it. I want to load that into a waiting area, which I'm counting, I can measure that, hence the warehouse.
So your plan is to try and have exactly 100 stacks worth of stuff in the warehouse?
That was sort of nominally the idea. If you have this number of stacks worth of stuff there... actually thinking about it, what I should then do is have on the belts below that, I should move those underground belts all south one tile, have plain belts between the underground belt emergent point and the loader. Basically, I couldn't think of how to do this. And then what you say is only summon the train when or only fill the train rather when the warehouse has a lot of stuff in it, which you detect by rephrase. Only fill the train when there are items on one of those belts trying to get into the loader. Because that means that the warehouse is full, in quotes, in terms of stacks.
That's... Yeah, I hate that. Well, I suppose actually, no, you can limit the amount to go... Oh, yeah, okay.
Because that's then your... So the full, so as we all know, is...
You limit the warehouse to 100 stacks.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's still not quite going to work, because when you get to the point where you're ordering 2.5 stacks worth of coal, then the warehouse will stop filling up, I think.
Yeah, but that's the point, which is that you can never guarantee you're going to order exactly a whole number of stacks of each material. You could do some clever logic. In fact, it's not clever. Basically, introduce a rounding thing so that all put some combinations in there so that all signals get basically rounded up to the next stack size. That's going to be a real ball ache
I was
for
going to say that doesn't
various
sound
stack
trivial.
sizes. Yeah, if all stack sizes were the same, that would be actually pretty straightforward.
You could
but they're not.
take
So
it.
it's not.
It's not that straightforward. I suppose actually with the divide, dividers because they're all in. It only divides integer.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could
Yeah,
do that. You could just go for 100 because I think
there
pretty
are some
much
with 200
everything.
stack sizes. Green
Sorry?
circuits,
Oh,
for example.
200,
Green circuits 200.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you could, and
I'd go
in
for 200,
fairness,
but-
let's be honest. Things like coal, which stack to 50, if you take 4 stacks instead of 1, ooh.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was thinking that doesn't really. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter.
So okay, so you round it up to that. But yes, okay. So in that case, you would then guarantee that the train would actually be full, and that was kind of the problem. And there's 2 angles to it that I was thinking of. One is you can't guarantee stack size is full unless you do that. The other one is because you're splitting the output onto different belts. You also can't guarantee that the entire stack will go onto the same. Yeah. So you could end up with a train not going, and the thing thinking that it's got stuff there because it's put 1 coal out of the 50 in the stack on the wrong.
You'd also have to stop the warehouse being loaded when the train was being loaded, and you can't do that.
Oh, but that's trivial.
No,
that's trivial.
No, it's not because there's going to be some stuff in the loaders, and you can't turn the loaders off.
Oh yeah, point. Trying to think if there's a clever way you can do that with how you count it.
And everything equals, what did I say?
8,
16, 32.
There will be a known amount on the belts.
Yeah, you're into memory cells and counting what's going in there as well.
But
No, not necessarily, because
it all sounds horrible.
You know, it will always be a fixed number. You don't need to remember it because you know what it will always be. You just need to take it into account. This doesn't mean that it's going to work.
Simple scenario: you take only coal for the sake of argument the first time, so you've then got a bit of spare coal in your loaders. Only coal bar like 1 or something.
No, because it's for when you're filling up in the first place that it actually is there. So it's the coal that's going to go into the next train.
Yeah, but then the train's not full. Because you then, let's say, you've got 8 per loader, I think it is. You then have that as a leftover.
No, it's not a leftover.
That's a fairly common response to Mike talking, Alexander. You're not right. Oh, everything instead of each. Thank you. I knew to notice that wasn't working. So no, hang on. If all inputs, no, because I don't want all input signals to equal 32. I want the total of them. And that's any of them.
You want for each.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So I was right. Good. I was being contradicted by chat. Hello, Notzel. And yeah, welcome to Mike confuses everybody by trying to design something that's probably inherently not going to work.
Yeah, there's this kind of the point. As I was sitting there thinking, you're trying to guard against a non-whole number of stacks worth of stuff ever appearing trying to get into the train. And
What I was saying, Mike, is you're going to have the warehouse is going to be empty initially.
Yep.
And you're not going to have a train because the train's just gone off somewhere. You then start loading it, and so there at that point the loaders will contain the stuff that's for the next train. With how you have it set up at the moment.
I made the usual mistake of forgetting to put these onto hold rather than pulse. So now we have 32 on there. We have an eye coming right there.
So you are correct, Tristan. Apart from that's not the thing I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is that it comes down to for the train to be full, every stack has to be fully loaded.
I've worked out what Laurence is using decider combinators. I assumed you were using arithmetic combinators.
Oh, is it arithmetic I should be using here? Okay.
So you need to go convert everything, so each into.
Can you do it with a single shot with an arithmetic one? So you can convert each to. Oh no, I need a.
No,
yeah.
No, you do. You generate I, J, and K.
Oh,
and then you say if I, J, or K are greater than 1, greater than or equal to 32, then the train can leave.
Yeah, I suppose.
You essentially have an extra set of decider combinators in the train.
Yeah, that's probably it's going to make the train's schedule and commands and things a little bit more complicated. But yeah, okay. If anything is great, if any is greater than if is that each or any? If something is greater than 1, then output input count of I. You do that. You do that for
I don't know.
J, and this one for
That does seem to work.
K. So now here we have we have an output of 32 on that one. We have an output of 31 on this one. What? Oh, I put it on a corner and that's different. Right, okay, let's get rid of that. I understand the problem. There we go. Corners. Right, so that's now... Dropped low, and these need to be programmed properly. Well, that one needs to be programmed properly. There we go. So now we've got 88664, which is a total of 32. Here we've got 32, which is also a total of 32. There's some good maths. And so, yes, now we can say up here, if I could look at all of it, which I can look at all this. There we go. We've got 32i, 32j, and 32k, which is often going to be the case, but the train can happily OR from them. Right. So now we need actually I was going to say now we need a train. We do need a train, but also we need somewhere for this to unload, and we also need to send up a last rocket of any sort of miscellanea that's over here. So let's do that. Let's try and get rid of all of this stuff onto the rocket, just so it doesn't get passed back into the system, and then we can ship. Then we can send our final rocket and get rid of everything. So we'll just make that into a belt passage through there and there and there and there and there and there and there. Basically, I'm just going to go through and try and get rid of all of these splitters and then empty all the belts up into the rocket, and then we can never darken our skies with that rocket again. So get rid of all of this clog. And then I shall momentarily go back and find out what's been going on in chat while I've been looking at other things. Why is this? Oh, yeah, okay. The memory cards are cut off somewhere, I hope. I thought I cut the memory cards. What are you guys? Oh, your blank data cards. Why are you all... Why am I looking on that mode where it's dark and I can't see what I'm doing? There we go. Or is this... What is going on with these tech cards? Why are they... Oh, hang on. They are flowing that way. Oh, they're flowing both ways from here. Right, let's... do that, and I probably oh no, I can't feed them back. No, that does need to still be a splitter in there. I take it all back. In fact, just undo everything I've ever done. There we go. Put that back like that. So yeah, that needs to come along there. Where is the last one of these being made? So it's being split sort of here for that, and that's the blue ones. There should be gold ones further down as well, probably. Have I gone past? I think I've gone past them. Oh no, here's the gold ones. Right, so that's the last time we use these data cards. So if I just cut this here. No, not there. Not that one. There we go. Clicking is hard. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Then we can put all these blank data cards into the rocket, probably. There's already a lot of stuff in this rocket. We're probably going to end up with 2 of everything, with a second last rocket going up as well. Have I cut off all of these belts? Are those ones? Yes, no. I'm just looking for splitters anywhere in this area, and in theory, anything that's going to end up with me getting a load of stuff up there that I don't actually want. So I got down this far, and then what's going on here? I need to fix some of this, and then I did. So I did. You and you. I wonder what that is. I dread to imagine. Whatever it is, we don't have any of it. Just no. No more rail. And none of that either. Okay. I think is that everything that goes into the rocket? I could just turn it all on and find out. We've got the life support cans that are being made over here. We've got quite a lot of those in space. They get recycled. It's fine. Let's just stop making them here. What's the best place to cut this off so I don't get too much more stuff? Let's flip that, and then just dump this one. Dump that through. This is. Hang on. No, this is. Wait, no. That's the reclaimed ones. These are the replenished ones. So let's cut that off. Run this through, and then let that fill up. So, and all of these need to be turned off, and all of these need to be deactivated as well, and just told not to run anymore. So we'll leave those because there's not too much stuff in there. This one we'll say just run. And then all of these, I should be able to do the same. And this should just get rid of what's on all of the belts, so we can just get rid of, basically, so we can dump it all into the rocket and never have to worry about any of this again. There's probably going to be something in here I've missed, just because law of sod, but never mind. We'll work it out once it's tried to flow through and clear out a bit. There's an awful lot of these going through. Did I not? Oh no, I cut that off over here. So we're going to have to flow all of this through, but that's okay. We get through quite a lot of tech cards, and we're going to get through even... Do we get through tech? What do we get through tech? Oh yeah, the optimization data. But we're going to get through a lot more of them in the future. You think there's another 2 at the bottom I've missed? You might be right. I don't see them. Oh, what's that? No, that's for going up to make batteries up here, which is a separate thing. I don't see any more. That's all the data cards flowing through, as I mentioned before. This is red science packs, which I'm hoping have been cut off somewhere. Nope, these have not been cut off appropriately. Why has this belt not been turned round? It's been splittered over here. Stop that. In fact, that and that. So we're gonna be feeding through quite a lot of red science. I'm kind of tempted to run this all back because there is a lot of this. Let's run this backwards because, as I've just said, there is rather a lot of it. So yellow belts will be fine. No, let's not use blue. All the way along here. Hopefully there won't be anything weird in the way and I won't break anything doing this. I'm trying to keep my eyes open for any splitters or any other sort of funny business going on underneath the belt. But if I just run this all the way along here like this, all the way to about here. Wow, come on, how far is it? Here. Oop. Nope, still further. To here. Then I can have a bit of a think about... So when it gets to here... It's going to be on the top side of the belt, which is unhelpful. Given that something is presumably going on the... Is something going on the other side? I don't think it is, actually. I think this belt is just red science. Let's go and check down the bottom. Yeah, it looks like this one is just red, so it's going to have red on both sides, but that's fine. Okay. How's the rocket doing? How's the rocket just parted? No, the rocket actually isn't full. Wow. I was expecting the rocket to... Oh no, we've sent a rocket and now it's filling up again. And there's a lot of silicon coming through. Yep, I missed one there. There we go. That stopped the silicon. Anything else still flowing? That's the data cards there. Rare metals are still going in. And these things are still going in. Rare metals there. Okay, so I missed quite a few things, but the theory was good. Glass, glass might be. No, glass is definitely okay. But there were a few things that were still pouring in. So there we go. That one stopped. The rare metals. There's the last of the rare metals. Good. I think we can call that good. And that means we can now cut off this supply going in here. There's a lot of cargo rocket sections in there, but if we just remove... Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's just do that. Oh, well, it's gone anyway. And that. Why? Oh, I broke a cable. Never mind. Okay, so that's now emptied the rocket. It's emptied all the supply things that are going into the rocket. So now this is going to be the last rocket. I'll launch this one, and then I can go up top and start ripping out train stuff. Does anyone have any objections to that? Does anyone think I've done it wrong? And if so, can you point to what I've done wrong? Because I'm not just taking the abuse of you saying, of course you've got it wrong. That's what you do.
You say you're not just taking that. However,
well, I'm not going to accept it. I suppose is what I actually mean.
Looking along all of the belts, none of them have lights on them, which is a good sign.
Yeah, that's... Oh, they've not got lights on them because I turned off the the enable disable in order to make them just flow in order to empty them.
Yeah. But
Oh, I
that
see
is
what
a
you
good
mean.
sign.
So I've not missed out any of the belts to pass stuff through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except the ones up here, which I deliberately missed out because sod fluids, basically. Yeah, it's like I've spoken to Mike before, isn't it, Alexander?
Hmm?
Alexander can't say. He says he can't believe I saw the obvious abuse coming from you, and I said, well, it's like I've spoken to you before.
I know, right? I wouldn't have
Okay.
spoken to you before either if I had a choice.
No, I know what you mean. Right, let's send this rocket off, and then I can get rid of the station. I can get rid of the landing pad at the top and replace it with a station, and just have that dump into the warehouse bus system up there.
Or do you just dump it into the landing pad if it's in a suitable place?
The landing pad's kind of in the way. So, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yes, I might as well get rid of the landing pad for the sake of tidiness. But yeah, you're right.
175 stacks in there.
In the landing pad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not emptied yet then. All right. Well, that's okay. We can leave that there for we can leave it for a moment or two and have a think about it.
You've got a small enough number that you're going to send up.
Oh, true.
That it,
Will it still let me
it'll
send
fit.
it even if there's?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just automated ones where it won't launch. Okay, cool. Yeah. So we've still got the process here where the everything gets unloaded from the landing pad by inserter like this, but which is a little slow, but then it just means it trickles down merrily through the rest of the system. We have trickle down busing. It's like trickle down in economics, but actually works. So yeah, my plan is essentially to come in here and I'll probably remove some of these belts around here. The stone is only here because we needed to get rid of it from this station, and we're not going to be putting any more in there. So I'm happy to sort of cut the belts and break it all a little bit. Tristan is presumably now. Are you now getting green circuits from Norvis in your supply train?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah,
You clearly
yes.
not used this one for a little while because it's broken here. I'll empty this green circuit train back into the supply up here then, I guess, and then it can.
Yeah, if that's suitable. I think I was going to be. I turned it off ages ago with the intention that I would accept a few more trains, and then
Right.
haven't needed any.
Okay. So we've got what else? We've got memory cards being fed in along here. Those are vital. We do still need those. We've got this one. What are you? You are quantum processor drop. Okay, that's going to be needed as well because we don't have them coming in from anywhere else.
That is not set up. I think it might be set up, but I'm happy for that to be moved if necessary.
Yeah,
or
moving
whatever.
it is fine. I can just replumb the belts and have it come in on the one that's going to be the one that was green belts. That'll be fine. And that will give me enough space because you see the trains need to stick out this far, so I need to have no belts up to this area. Lube can now be brought up as a fluid, so we won't bring it up in barrels. So that bit can go as well. So the only things here that need to stay are going to be the memory cards and eventually the quantum processors, which aren't even being fed in yet. Okay, that's not too bad. I was worried it was going to be significantly worse than that. Oh no, I didn't remove the requested chest going into the rocket. That is a good shout. Let's do that immediately. Boop. There we go. We'll need to have one of those that feeds into the train system, though. Come to think of it, so that's going to be yet another thing to go into this whole pile of nonsense. Lovely. Let's do that. Let's not do that now. I might know because I suspect there's some. Is there some? Oh yeah, we've got massive. Yeah, we use the massive negative numbers trick here that we will then add on to the request before we pass it into the blue chest. In order to make sure that we don't order the stuff that's being delivered by belt to be delivered by bot, because that's just a bad idea. So we'll leave that for a moment. Actually, I could.
Yeah. Don't delete those.
Don't delete those
combinators.
combinators. Yeah, agreed. So down here, what I'll do is I'll take a wild stab in the dark at what's going to be the thing that's put in least, and it's probably going to be these ones. So I'll put in a blue chest. Blue chests are in here. Blue chest here, and a.
I was suggesting just putting it there with an inserter.
Oh
feeding
yeah,
one of the wagons.
it's not a bad idea actually. Yeah, because the quantities that should be coming in by blue chest should be so small, and if it's not, then somebody's done something very, very wrong, and they deserve to suffer and be punished, etc., etc. All right, so that's that there. So we then need to have a arithmetic combinator that takes everything and adds 0. And then feeds it into this chest. And then we have the 2 constant combinators in here as well, like this. Let's put a third one in just in case we need it later. Right. That's going quite well, I think, for the way things might go. So now over here, yes, the next thing to do is going to be to as I say, is to think about this station up here. So I think if I let's empty this station. I could. So I was my original thought was that if I put the station in here, then it can dump straight into this, and there'll be as little lag as possible. I could just put it in up here. My concern, I sort of want to have a large number of unloading belts coming out of the train to unload it as quickly as possible into the station, into the.
You're limited by 6 inserters.
No, because I want to get the stuff out of the train and into the system, into the chest down here, so that the numbers are read off them and we know what stuff we've got. Whereas if it comes out, if it's in a warehouse and it's come down, then the train might get. What I could do is I could have the train as is like this. I could have 6 belts, 3 belts coming out of each wagon, and then run them down here and just have them all go into the side of this warehouse here. And that way I can just use the station up here. But there's going to be enough throughput that we won't have lots and lots of stuff waiting. The question is, can I get 6 belts from here to here?
Well, the top warehouse to the second warehouse is limited to 6 inserters.
Yes, but
So
the limiting factor that I'm trying to get around is the amount is the rate the stuff goes from train into logistics network system over here. I don't want it to linger between because if we if we hypothetically unloaded the train quickly into a warehouse up here, and then the train would go off to go and get some more stuff, I don't want the stuff that's in limbo to be not counted.
Why have the warehouse?
Why have the warehouse there? Because I'm also concerned about the throughput of the train, because we're going to need to send trains up 5 times faster than we were sending rockets up. So I want the train to be able to unload and depart quite quickly. So I think, which is why I'm leaning towards having 6 belts worth of stuff being brought down from it, and that feels reasonable. I'm going to turn this round anyway, just to get this up and flowing. Nope, undo that. I'm not sure I'm explaining my concerns all that well. But yeah, so it sort of comes down to wanting to keep throughput high, but also not wanting to have a load of stuff in limbo, basically.
So I think
I don't know if that's actually possible.
Sorry?
I don't think you care about the limbo. I think that is a.
I do a little bit. Now, if I had, yeah, if I
No, I think limbo isn't a thing, is what I'm meaning. Because
what are those emptying?
You got the time it takes for the train to head from so the times 2 times you care about are the time for the train to get from where it is down to Norvis.
Yes.
And the time for the last item to run along the belt.
Yes, but I also want to unload the train as quickly as possible. And so that means having multiple unloaders unloading it, because you can see how long this is taking. And if
those are compact, very compact items.
Yeah,
so
but even
this is a worst case scenario.
This is the worst case scenario, but even so, it's done 2.5 stacks so far. I think 1 belt is insufficient, but I think if I have 3 belts coming out of each of these and going straight into the back of this warehouse, then
How many deep space belts do we have left?
We don't have any deep space loaders, so.
Well, not any.
I don't think that's. I'm not aware of. At least I don't remember seeing any. I'll put it that way, rather than stating it emphatically as an fact. What's this belt coming up here? Is that is that old now? It's bringing rocket parts up for some reason. Were we putting rocket parts on the disposal belt? I mean, apparently we were, because we've got a belt that's bringing them back up again.
I suspect that will be from the recycling area. Rockets coming in.
Oh,
Presumably.
okay. So that's not the okay. Good. That makes sense actually. Okay, I'm glad I understand that, because that is not going to be a thing anymore. So that's easily done.
How many fluids do we need up in Norbit from Norvis?
So the recycling area definitely takes in heavy oil, light oil, and lube. Now, some of those can be derived from each other, so we could just bring up heavy oil and then process from there. But there's the obvious, all of the sort of standard reasons not to, related to efficiency and whatnot. So we also need water, which we are currently doing as ice. So we could just carry on doing that as ice.
We might as well ship water up as a fluid.
Although we still have 152,000 ice up here that we are gradually churning through, very, very gradually. So we aren't actually shipping it up yet. We just need it. So I maybe misspoke there. Lube is also being brought up here in a different place. So we have two places that lube is in two places.
Us still only need one station down on Norvis.
Yes.
So what I'm doing, I don't care.
So I think that might be it. I think it might just be. I'm not certain of this, but I think I can say with reasonable confidence that it's just lube, heavy oil, light oil, and eventually water once that ice patch runs out, which will be a very, very long time.
By light oil, I assume you mean petroleum.
I do. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
We have various other.
4.
And we have a lot of lube being brought in here by delivery cannons. There's another place with lube, but that's okay.
That's fine, yeah.
Because it's the same.
That train will just go down to Norvis instead.
Yeah. What liquid am I doing? Fluid? Oh, and I'm using light oil over here, but I think I've done that. But I've already done that separately, so that's already done. And I actually mean light oil.
No, it's not, because that's being ripped up because
okay,
you didn't like the rail and.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, rephrase that. It's been. I've put one in. Therefore, if you pull that up, you're responsible for putting it back down again.
So the 3 oil products plus 3 oils essentially plus lube plus water.
Yes, and the water isn't actually required yet because we're currently just digging up ice and melting it. But in 152,000 water, we might need some of it. I think that's all. Oh no! I found another place where we're bringing. Oh no, we are bringing up ice to here. So yeah, there's another place that does need water. We could bring ice over to here. And in fact, no. At the moment, we just.
I mostly only.
At the moment, we straight up don't have a supply of
different
water here.
fluid.
So no.
I just care about different fluids. So
yeah, if we could have a supply of water, actually, that'd be nice, because we've stopped making cosmic water because there's no more ice being brought to the recycling area.
Ah, sure.
Yeah. At least I think that's the case. Yeah, it's straight up not being brought here. We could ship it over from the space bus, but I think it might be easier just to bring up trainfuls of water from Norvis. Doopy, yes, we could. I could read all the belts and enter that into the logistics system, but that's an enormous faff. Not to put too fine a point on it. Right, let's launch the last rocket. Get that out. So I can get rid of that landing pad and just get things upgraded. So you are a rocket. You are going. Bye bye. I will also. So we're not going to make another rocket because I've turned that off and that off. We're not going to put anything in because that's turned off. All of this stuff is now deactivated. Wow. So at some point in the very, very distant future, if we wanted to, we could rip up a lot of this, probably all of this rocket stuff around here, because none of this is needed anymore. We probably won't. We'll probably just get left there forever because it's easier to just leave it than it is to try and work out exactly what we can clear up and what we can't. But in theory, all of this can go. Right, so now back up in orbit, we are going to see the rocket will arrive here. There we go, it has arrived. We can now empty all of this stuff out. There's quite a lot of all this stuff, admittedly, but we'll get rid of all of that. All of the stuff that's going into... Why are we sending iron ingots from... Oh, no, they're going to this. They're not being loaded into this rocket. What is there anything being loaded into this rocket? Just rocket parts. Okay, fine. That can just sit there and fester and gradually rot. I don't care about this. We don't need any more rocket parts there. We don't need ever, hopefully. That's not quite true, because we may find that we want to ship a rocket's worth of building materials off to somewhere in order to set up a large chunk of outpost. But in theory, we don't need to use any more rockets, really much. Hopefully, and so all the rocket bits and pieces we have scattered around will probably be enough now for the entire rest of the game, probably. So give that a moment.
You're using your weasel words again.
I am, but that's because I know what this game is like for producing unexpected weasels. And I am weaselly confused. I had to think for longer than I really wanted to in order to come up with some appropriate use of the word that was actually had the word weasel in it there. Alright, let's get rid of this as well. I don't know how we're going to bring bio stuff up, but it's not like that. There's going to be a train somewhere for it, and these belts are in the way. So, now we have belt. Some of this stuff I actually do still need in more or less where it was, but never mind. Why are those bots just hovering there? Why are you guys confused? I mean...
Just try muting myself before I talk. Yeah, same thing's happening up here. I've got bots just hovering.
Oh yeah, the yellow chest, the yellow thing has filled up here because we've got too much of something. And it's not... Yeah, so the system is clogged because I've tried to push a bit too much extra stuff into it.
Oh, green circuits.
Oh, it's the green circuits. You're right. It's also the lube barrels. I'm going to get rid of lube from here. Oh, no, I'm not. No, we need to get... I'm going to put in a giant tank to fill up with lube and also remove the lube barrel request in the opposite order to that. Because, right, so get rid of that. Then put in a humunga tank, which we have lots of. Like, there's a normal tank. Where's the humunga tank? Why can I not find it?
I've rerouted the belt so that it will stop filling up with green circuits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, this inserter there can be rotated once if we want a trickle of green circuits being fed in.
Okay.
Or it could be filtered based on something.
All right, there we go. Now we're still... Oh, Tristan, no. You broke Tristan broke everything, because that's the belt that takes the barrels away. That belt was there for a reason. And I'm trying to get rid of barrels at the moment because a huge amount of what's in this warehouse. Okay, there's a lot of green circuits in there, but by stacks, it's like a screen full of it's almost 50% barrels. So if we can just dump all of these barrels out into the into this tank over here, which we probably can, then we can free up a load of space. We can dump all of this stuff into here. Everything will start to work again, and then we can maybe potentially let these green belts just flow in as fast as they want to. It's not ideal. It's all a bit dirty because we're trying to cobble stuff together, but yeah, that'll hopefully sort things out a little bit. And eventually we'll get a train bringing up lube in liquid form that we can then just unload in a station up here, pump down, and put into this stack tank down here when it's at less than 20,000 or something, which it won't be for a good while because we have I can't even see the barrels in here. That's how many of them there are. I don't know. Oh, 1,800 barrels to empty. Right. This may take a little while. The old, I may be some time. However, it has now kind of fixed the problem because there's only 10 barrels in a stack. So actually, this whole system might run fast enough. We might be able to get rid of barrels faster than we put circuits in. Yes, we can. so the speed of one machine emptying barrels is faster on a per stack basis than a white belt loading up, or a space belt loading up a loading up the warehouse, which is kind of funny. Okay, let's redirect this like that and get rid of that, because what? And then get rid of that and that. And now I can get rid of... Oh, wait, don't get rid of that yet. It's why that is the... I was about to delete this, but then it occurred to me, no, that is what is wired into absolutely everything, and everything's going to go haywire if I do. So, yeah, because this is the sort of the core of linking everything together. So those two don't particularly matter. That's just feeding stone in as and when stone is needed, and stone is being gradually used. So I'm not too worried about that one. We can link... Actually, let's link that into... here anyway, and we can feed that in somehow over here. So that's that one dealt with. This one is a supply of quantum circuits, things being brought in. So I'll make a note of it, but we'll just remove that. This one is the delivery cannon. Now what's coming in? There is stuff coming in by delivery cannon. It's going to be the exotic metals, the beryllium and the holmium and the stuff like that-ium. So let's get rid of that for now. No. Oh, no, not that sort of get rid of. Let's get rid of the cable that goes into there for now. And then from here, we will link this to here. So that's now looped around there, so we can get rid of that. But I don't care about this one. Then over here, that is being linked to there, and that is being linked to there. So if I do that, then I can remove that one and that one. Where's that going to? Oh, it's going to another one of these. That's okay. I don't need that to go to there. I mean there. There we go. And we can disconnect that from there. So we still have everything on the same single network. Yeah, that's all fine, except for this delivery cannon chest up there. And you know what? Let's link that in as well, because so everything is just going to work. I'm going to need to work out emptying this delivery cannon chest and everything else, but that's a problem for in a few minutes. So, right, so we've got 2 belts coming down here. Let's put in the third one. Now I can actually delete that. And let's get rid of those inserters for now. And all of those. And then down here, I'm going to put in these things. And then these belts run into the backs of these. Right, so that's one of the wagons emptyable now. So I can put another 2 of those and then link that one to there, that one to there, and then this one to there in a minute. We'll leave it flowing for now, that's fine. These are all the wrong way round, of course, so we'll do that. Now I need to bring down 3 belts from up here. So my plan here is to briefly turn that to run and empty off the belt there, like that, and then turn it off again, link that in there, get rid of that bit, and hopefully I'm going to get rid... Actually, I'm also going to get rid of this bit, and all... I'll just get rid of all of that. So now I can get rid of the stone belt as well, I guess, and whatever's going on here for now. And then from up here, we can get 3 belts come across here, straight down through this way, because I think there's room for 1, 2, 3, yeah, to come across here. Like that. 2. 3. Oh, that's emptied. Finally, nice. So now we can rotate that, get rid of that, and this one down here, like that. And then maybe that'll be the new stone belt. I haven't decided yet. But then from here, we can then have these come like this. Have I left room for? No, I haven't. That's going to need to be a bit higher up. That comes over to there, down there, there. There. Right, so now we can unload here. So we need to give this a different name. So we'll call this one typing is hard. Space Bus Resource Drop. Right, so you go, and now we have a train here as well. So there we go. That's going to empty nice and quickly. Oh, I need a belt there as well. Right, so that's going to empty the train nice and quickly, dump it all down here, straight into this warehouse, where it can then be sorted out nicely and dealt with. And hopefully, yeah, we now have a decent amount of room down here for putting the next trains with the stuff that comes up. Now, and there isn't room for a full train yet here, but you know, we are emptying these barrels. This still has. This is only a quarter full ish, so I think we might be okay with that. And yeah, there is going to be a bit of sort of jockeying for position, because the first couple of trains are going to be bringing up stuff we don't really need because it's already come up in the last rocket or two. But let's give it a go and see what happens. So from here, we go to from the top. We first go down to Norvis. This damn it, I didn't mean it to go yet. Stop. I'll leave it there. There's no other trains going in this area at the moment. So we'll drop down to Norvis. I think I probably should have this one do a downstream as well, shouldn't I? Really, just for the sake of being good. So we'll do downstream.
Probably, yeah.
Downstream top, then down to Norvis, then downstream, then Norbit. What would anyone mind having a quick look? Oh no, letting me know what I called the station for bringing stuff up to Norvis Bus, because I can't remember.
Space Bus.
Space Bus. Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. So get Space Bus, then go to get rid of that. Then go to Norvis Up, which is that one. Then go to Space Bus Resource Drop. So this part is relatively easy. Relatively. If I can alphabet. Space Bus Resource Drop. Right. And then we stay here until empty. That's the easy one. We go to downstream top until inactivity. We go to down Norvis straight away. We go to downstream until empty. We go to Space Bus until inactivity and time has passed.
Okay.
And we've got several I's. No, we've got I, J, or K.
Guys, quick one for you about steel. So I saw in the summary video, obviously, that you've changed steel plates to steel ingots. Yeah,
Yep.
fine. And I was there going, oh, that is going to break things. How are you handling, for example, this buffer chest, which hasn't been touched yet?
That's going to still have steel. Apart from the fact that you linked the silicon one.
Did I? I meant that one.
That's still going to have steel plates. That's
Okay, but you've got nowhere, because the steel... Oh, great. Okay, there you are. So that's the actual bit where it's chopping into. Gotcha. Because there's this great humongous belt things there, and obviously it's not draining, because why would it drain? Because there's nothing down that uses it now.
so. Yeah, but that's fine. As long as you are happy to receive steel plates or ingots, then you'll be fine. Alternatively, you wait until Laurence has requested enough steel for the bus.
Aren't
then
you
you only have-
requesting units for the bus?
So he will be requesting ingots, but he will get steel plates instead for a little bit, and he will put up with it.
Yeah, the bus doesn't really mind too much which one it gets. Well, it's going to request a lot
Really?
of them, actually, come to think of it. Well, the steel ingots that get brought onto the bus immediately get turned into steel plates and then kept on the bus. So it kind of does matter. It is going to mean that all the steel plates are going to be brought up.
So you put steel plates and try and put them into a thing that's cutting steel ingots into plates, and they'll just go.
No, because it all just gets dumped into the bus, and then the bus sorts it out. So it doesn't matter what comes up, but it's going to throw the numbers off.
Yeah.
It's going to request steel ingots, and it's going to get steel plates, and it's going to keep requesting
them. So I think what I might need to do is put in a thing that multiplies the number of steel ingots by, divides the number of steel plates by 10, and then adds that to steel ingots or something like that for the time being. This is wrong. These are the.
Oh, it is very wrong. I mean,
no, not that. This what I'm trying to do at the
flush the belt first. I mean. Oh, that's a given.
No, it's not. That's wrong. You're a gibbon.
Hey, you. So we're looking at it going, there's got to be several thousand.
You can't do this. Oh, I'm going to have to put in another thing.
It's just a belt.
On the belt. It's a huge belt.
Is that are you still talking about the steel? I've moved on to far more serious problems.
Yeah. I was almost thinking, I just stick a warehouse on the end. Just use that to tap off the steel, and then decommission it and get the bots to carry it back and fill up buffer chests and so on. Then I thought, well, how much is it? And looked, I was like, that the entire bot swarm will be occupied for streams.
Right. So Tristan, the idea we came up with earlier of having 3 different signals off for the 3 different belts and getting the train to choose between them isn't going to work because you can't nest an or inside an and. You can nest an and inside an or, but not the other way around. So I'm going to put another.
You can, but it involves adding, having multiple.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm not prepared to do that.
You also don't care about time passed.
True. 5 seconds of inactivity should be long enough. Yeah, right. Let's put that up to 10 seconds though.
1 second should be plenty.
Yeah, 1 second. It should it should be fine actually. Yeah, you're right. So that now should work. We'll get the.
I think my one's down at 1 second.
Why is the downstream train not exist? Oh, okay, because it's closed.
Because you're in orbit.
No, why does downstream top? Why does that not exist? And because they're all closed, because it's fine. It'll skip them. That's all right. Yes, I do want all 3 of the signals to be equal to. No. I want any one of the 3 signals to be equal to 32 because if I'll show you in a second. Right. So if down here. Not down here. If down here, looking at this one, imagine the case where I can actually press the right buttons on the keyboard. Right, imagine the case where we're just requesting plastic. That would mean that only these belts would be flowing, and all of these would be empty, and therefore we wouldn't get anything on the train system here until we would only get these ones filling up when the wagons were full. So we want to watch. For either this one, these 4, or these 4 to go high, and if any one of those does, then we need to trigger. So I'll put this here, and then I need to do some cabling quickly. I need to remove that from there. I need that to appear, and then I can hook it up to there and down here, and then change some logic around on the train as well, which is fine. So this is presumably my train I've just chucked out. What are you? You off?
The stop one because the station's disabled, or train limited.
Train limited, yeah, that's fine. I can fix that, and in fact have. So we'll call that one in. It's not going to go anywhere because it's never going. It's going to pull in here now. We're going to see the inactivity, but we're never going to get h equal to 32 because I've taken the h's away. So down here, if I could finally get this, it'd be nice, and then I'll be able to demonstrate. Come on, bots. Here it comes. I think. Yes, here it comes. So you are to say if anything equals 32.
Mike is only pulling from a single side of the steel belt.
1H.
Yes.
Mostly. That's going to mean the 2 sides arrive at different times.
Yeah, I can't
switch. Right, that's all hooked up together.
All I'm going to say is that
here we've got the
cutting of one belt over to another, from one type of thing over to another type of thing is a delicate operation at the best of times.
Right, so here we go. You can see the problem here from what you were saying, Blake. here we've got to the point where now the train is as loaded as it's going to get. It's basically full. Now technically we could probably chuck a few more of there's going to be something we could chuck a few more in. We could chuck in a bit more plastic if we happen to have it, but we don't. All of this is gummed up, and apparently we're really short of science packs. Blimey. Yeah, apparently we're really short of science packs. Sure. So yeah, this train is now in the state where it is full, and you'll notice that these two belts are empty because we've got quite enough batteries, thank you very much. But the other ones are full, and so if we look at this, we're seeing that I and J, well, I is 32, J is 30 for some reason. I don't know why J would be a 30. J is those two and those two. Why is J 30? So we've got 9, 8, 7, 6, 1 and 1, and I'm assuming it's doing the maths properly, and those do add up to 30. Why are there only 30 things on the belts? Those belts are full. The hell?
As soon as it's something weird like these small electric motors are actually bigger, so they take up more space on the belt.
Please no.
Where are you looking? That's where you're looking. Yep.
So J is 30, despite being hooked up to 4 belts that are stopped and therefore should have 8 items on each.
It should definitely be a multiple of 8.
Hang on. Bear with.
It should definitely be a multiple of 4 because there's 4 belts full of stuff. And it should definitely be a multiple of 8, as you say, because a belt takes 8 things. So, what the hell? It is... Right, you think it's...
Okay, so there are 32 items on the belt if you count at the input signals.
And then why is it outputting 30? Oh, for anything greater than 1. Ah, I see.
Really, you are greater than or equal to.
Right. Okay, I understand. Thank you for help. I don't know whether you actually pointed out the problem or whether you made me realise the problem, but either way,
I hadn't quite got there.
It made the little light bulb
I was
go
about
on, and that's
10
what
words
matters.
behind, and you jumped in. But yeah.
Good, thank you. Yes, you either way, you led to me solving it. So over here, we're now saying if anything equals 32, then we're outputting an H. Up here, we're going to say if you see an H equals 1. H is greater than or equal to 1. Let's not make the same mistake again. Then the train can depart. So now, if I hook up this to here, then we should see, yes, we've got an H coming out of it. Oh, because it can never go higher, that's fine. So we'll now feed that up to there, and boosh, as if by magic, the train will depart. We can now send the train back up to Norbit. Thank you also, Blake, for doing the maths, so I didn't have to, because yeah, that was yeah, it was a silly reason, as we've hopefully. If you didn't understand my frenzied explanation of the problem, let me know, and I'm happy to go over it again. So train comes back up here, whips around the top there, goes into this station, unloads all of this nonsense onto the belts, shoop, like that, and that dumps it straight down into here.
It's always frustrating when big electric poles, it's not 2 squares too short to place one just in the middle. So I need to place 2 extra.
Just use a what's the name pylon substation.
That still wouldn't reach. Could it be trying to join to a?
Okay. And there we go. Because I've got the 3 unloady belts on each one, it all comes out of there nice and quickly. So that's also pretty satisfying. Then the train drops back down to Norvis, and if we go back down to Norvis as well, because I'm going to carry on watching it because this is terrifying. And I need a thing down here that stops the signal flowing, except when there's a train here, I think. Because otherwise, you see, we've got to load more batteries, and we don't actually want more batteries. That's more than enough batteries. Thank you very much.
Does it matter for the amount on the belt? They are moderate length belts.
They're moderately long belts. I think I'd just rather it didn't. So I'm going to need another pylon in there like that as well. So there we go. We're now, feed all that through. We get a bit of an excess of stuff, but yeah, as you say, it's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice if it didn't. Let's do the old trick of zooming out on the user interface here to find out what sort of things we're expecting. We still want 1,200 gold thingamy cards. Blimey. Okay. and 9,900 substrates. We're not feeding substrates in because we actually don't want those. 1,300 blue data cards as well. Wow.
I would expect them to be similar numbers.
It's only 600 green ones, which is interesting. But maybe a lot went into the previous train. I'm not sure. But yeah, most of this is fairly under control. There's no stone being fed in. I appear to have forgotten stone, which is a little bit odd. How have we managed to not get stone?
Please
being
take
fed
stone
in?
because we have an excess. Or we did earlier, at least.
There's also there's also a bit of an excess of it up in Norbit, so we'll try and use that up first. Yeah. Right, there we go. So the train has no empty stack, so it can't take any more of this steel or the. Are we getting steel ingots and steel plates here?
Yeah, because Mike.
Oh, okay.
Oh, whoa! Hey. So yes, we've cut over the belts. We haven't thought it through. We've not primed it properly. We've not flushed the belt. We've not done it. We've done a shoddy job.
Yeah.
It's Mike's fault.
Yeah.
Remember,
probably.
guys, Pete is the scapegoat. Come on, we've been over this.
NX3, you can't just tell me that one of the belt sensors is on the wrong belt and just leave it at that. You need to tell me a lot. You need to tell me which one is on the wrong belt because otherwise I'll panic.
Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, probably. Evil sadists, the lot of you. Right, so let's get rid of this belt for now, and then put that into there and there and there, like that. Yes, especially you, Tristan. Then over here we're going to zoom back in on the user interface because it looks weird when it's small, and then we're going to say, so are we reading the fact that there's a read the stop train as well. So T is the train as is traditional. We're reading the so Mikhail, no, I'm not adding the contents of the train to a memory cell. I'm just reading what's on the train straight back out again and adding that to the total. So it will always watch what's in the train. So the amount it won't just fill up because the train's there. So down here, if T is greater than 0, then pass through everything, input count, there we go. If T is not greater than 0, then don't. So only pass this through when a train is in place. So this means that because there's only one train going up and down, this means that either the train is here and has therefore unloaded at the top, so we know about all the stuff that's gone up previously, and we know about what's in the train because it's being read out by the station, or the train is not here, and therefore stuff is in limbo, in which case the signal isn't getting passed through. We're doing this with the rocket as well, based on whether a rocket has been made, because that was enough. The time it takes to make a rocket was sufficient for the rocket to actually fly up and unload and therefore get the stuff into the system. So it's a similar sort of idea, but with the train signal rather than the existing rocket thing. Are we still turning copper into landfill? I don't know. I sort of hope not, because that's horrible, but and it feels like such a waste.
We are not currently, but we did turn a bunch into it.
Have we overflowed on uranium again? Yeah.
No, because I fixed that.
Oh, okay, cool. Did you put it in a?
We have none in the station.
Oh, is it just not being used up at the other end?
So we had too much stone in the Covarex area. So Covarex was completely stopping.
Right. Okay.
I've also set up the priorities so that it actually prioritizes again.
Cool. Thank you. Right. So how we do? Yeah, the trains come back down again. So now, yeah, you'll notice that now we're not putting quite as much stuff into it because a lot of these things we've got enough of them. So there's enough iron ingots so we can get the production science up and running again. We've stopped feeding through green science now, so it's just the blue and the gold that are being loaded in there. So, oh yeah, need to add the blue chest and get that up and working. Yeah, but that's a low priority because the important stuff that gets shipped up all comes by belt, except for stone, which I forgot about. So I need to put that onto probably one of these.
Realised why? Because there's a belt here going left from the station.
Right.
So I looked at the station and went, oh, right, stone's sorted. But it doesn't go to the right
I
place.
would actually, I suppose it technically doesn't matter. It could come in on the, I was going to say on the bottom one here, but that's stone brick. Stone bricks? Are you stone bricks? Yes, you're stone bricks. Oh no, there's another 2 belts here. It could come in on one of those and be finagled through instead of because at the moment those were planned for some of the stuff that's going to potentially come in here eventually. But if we just snip one off the bottom, then Celavi, if we stick in yet another thing, we'll have to rethink this a little bit because it's sort of full.
So the one next to stone bricks will be stone.
Okay, cool. I'll I'll spec that in because otherwise, yeah, because I think it just makes sense to. So that can come up here. So we'll get rid of that, and therefore that and that, and therefore it's one in the middle because of course it is. I should have put it onto this. Let's change my mind about that. Put those belts back in.
Are we bringing iron ingots along? Are those iron ingots? Hang on, going
Sorry, I
up
can't
there.
remember. My brain is full.
Yeah.
They're either iron ingots
Yes,
or
they
steel
are.
ingots.
Yeah, I can never remember which one's which. Yes, those are the ones.
It doesn't
those
help
are the
that the
ingots I'm
plates are the
looking for.
opposite way round in the colours. So it's sort of not your fault. So this can come up next to you.
Rare metals are the
Okay,
only ones we're not bringing as ingots because we're only producing them from cores, and so we haven't bothered boosting them, I guess.
Yeah, it's just I can never remember which one's which. Okay, cool. That works.
Yeah,
which
we
means-
had too much rare metal at one point, and so we never. Oh, we've
Yeah.
boosted the production a little bit, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got the chemical plants.
Right.
Why is this belt cut?
Because Laurence was putting in that splitter thing and hasn't put it back,
Okay.
What's that?
I assume.
Don't think so. It wasn't just now. I may have been responsible for it being broken last week, but I was not. I don't think I was responsible for breaking. Actually, I could have been. Looking at that,
It's probably been broken since last week.
Cutting it to put the splitter in is a legit reason. You know,
no, because the splitter's
That's
right
fair.
over here. So and then there isn't anything along that belt. So no, I think that's been broken since last week. Because
yeah, it's got to be since last week. Put it this way: there's stuff over here on it, so it was fixed at one point. I laid
Yeah.
the belt. I need the stuff.
yeah. Oh, agreed. I'm just wondering at what point. I'm happy. I suspect there's a reasonable chance it was me who broke it, and I'm just wondering what point that was that I did break it. Anyway, this one up here, this is stone, so I need to fix that to be stone is less than 0. But also, are you programmed? No, you're not. Tristan, there is one train battery here. Is this expected to get some friends?
I was looking for where's here?
Sorry, here. There is one train battery. Yeah, I should.
No, why are you requesting train batteries?
I'm not. It's just on one of the belts that's coming up this way from somewhere.
Because you got rid of most of them, but not that one, because that's the bottom end of the belt.
Yeah.
So you kept one for some reason.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I'm not. Oh, yeah. The train batteries aren't supposed to be coming up here, are they? They're supposed to be be going to. Okay, let's get rid of that, and then that could potentially go. Well, I don't know. I don't care. Right. Okay. I'll let it through because otherwise having it there is a little bit silly. It's vanished. Oh, I didn't do that for long enough. There we go. Oh, it's got stuck in the splitters anyway. Right, it can live there forever. That sorted that problem out.
Or battery.
You don't need concrete in space exploration because you have a jetpack. It's only for aesthetic purposes, and I can't be bothered with aesthetics. Right, so there we go. The system has worked to the point now that the train has rattled up and down and up and down and up and down to the point where there is less than a full train load of stuff. So it is now waiting here merrily and patiently for stuff to be needed, and then it can flow through and the train can start doing stuff again. So I'm pleased with that. That is working. I do need to fix this stonometron here, because there's a shortage of stone down here. We've dealt with all the lube barrels now. Nice. So we can get rid of that, and 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 all of this. There we go. No more lube. Persistent will be very upset. Is there anything else going? Right. And then we need to empty this station of stone. We don't want to do it too quickly because there is an enormous quantity of stone up here. We want to dribble that through slowly and gradually until we have. What's going on? Okay. Until we've used it all up and used up all of what's in down here, and then we can eventually start to request stone from Norvis. But we'd like that to work slowly and neatly and gradually and just generally happily. So I think I'm going to put in an underground here like that, and then I'm going to have all of these merge and do the countermatroning on these belts up here. So up here, what are we going to have being fed in? We're going to have memory cards, we're going to have quantum processors, and we're going to have stone for now. So let's merge all of these in here. So I want to have a red cable. How far will a red cable reach? This far. That's not really far enough. Okay, well, we'll hop it then. So we'll go from there to there. You are going to not do anything. You are going to do the same as that one. So you're only going to feed through when there's a shortage of memory cards. You are not. The bottom one is not going to be linked in. So what I'm doing here is I'm shifting, instead of reading here until there's a shortage of memory cards, I'm reading up here. So get rid of that. All of this flows in. That's fine. What are we actually measuring for? Less than 1,000. Okay, that's fine. 1,000 is a number. I'm okay with that. So then up here, I can put in a splitter like I said. Up here, I can put in a splitter like that to join these two together. And then, and this is going to be the quantum dooberies. Get rid of that and that. I can put in another splitter there, I suppose. This isn't the best way to do this, but, you know, it'll work. Like that. What's this belt? This belt is a nothing belt. Oh, no, that's the quantum processors. What's this one, then? Oh, that appears to be steel because of reasons.
We used to be dropping steel in there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that anymore. You stop it. So I want that to flow when. So what is it? How much stone do we think we've got at the moment? Have we got a negative requester on over here somewhere for stone? Yes, we're requesting minus 5,000. So this is going to be a. Let's see. So we want, if this will be a stone is less than 1,000, because then we get a bit more flowing through, and we're not calling it up from Norbit until we've got rid of all of the stuff that's in Norbit. So we'll run that through until there's 1,000. That's going to fill this one up a bit. Can it take 1,000 stone? Not really. Actually, 5,000 stone, which we're going to get. Maybe it can. Yeah, it probably can. We've got rather a lot of heat shield in here at the moment. Do we have a gross excess of any of these sort of things? Yeah, we have 10,000 heat shield up here, which seems excessive. Now, I know that was probably deliberate from back when we were getting a rocket at a time, but now a lot of these things can now have these numbers pulled down a bit because the trains are going to be coming up a bit more often than the rockets were. So I'm going to drop that down to 7,000 heat shield tiles.
Divide everything by 5.
Potentially, yeah, and it would be legitimate to divide everything by 5. We've got the storage that we don't really need, so we don't really need to. But in theory, we could divide everything by 5, and it would probably still work. I don't want rough data substrates here at all. That's a nonsense. I want more than 100 iron ingots though, because we keep running out. So I'm going to put that up to 1,000. No, I'm going to put that up to 500. 1,000 is excessive. 10,000 of each science pack is a wee bit excessive, but they pack down so nicely that that's, for all of those, that's like half a warehouse. So I don't care too much about those. I do want to reduce low density structures a bit, so that can come down to 7k as well, because low density structures are not very dense, clues in the name, so they take up a lot of space when you have a lot of them. Rocket fuel is another one that we seem to end up with taking up a lot of space, but I don't seem to have a request for that. Oh, there it is. 5,000. All right, let's leave that. We've got this warehouse here to store the excess rocket fuel, and 5,000 is an awful lot of rocket fuel. But I'm kind of okay with that. Right. So, a needle pulling thread. Yes, nearly there. Nearly there. Need to. That's get rid of that and. Let's make this a little bit more sensible. Let's put that. Let's get rid of this again because that. How many stone did I say? I said 1,000 stone. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So get rid of this and let's make this a little bit more sensible. If I put that there, and then that to there and there and there, and then link that to there, we can actually fit all the things in. So this was for some reason steel. I'll leave that there because you never know, we might want to put another station in. But at the moment, this belt will never run because we haven't told it what it's accepting. And this one over here is the quantum processors. Tristan, do you have a feel for how many quantum processors you would like us to have in the storage system? I'll set it to 200
not a lot
for
because
now.
they're really expensive.
Okay.
But then
They're going to come over.
I'm sending it by the train full.
Exactly,
so.
a train load is going to come over. I'll set it to 200 for now. As far as I'm, is there a? Oh yeah, there is a place that's accepting them down here. So okay, that's all fine. They'll rattle down to here, and it's been set properly on here, so they won't rattle beyond here. So that looks about right. Oh, sorry, NX3. Yes, you're right. You're right. I did miss your comment. Top wagon, second belt from bottom. There are 2 sensors and fourth missing. Novice. So, top wagon, second belt from bottom. Bum bum. There are 2 sensors. Oh, you're right. There are 2 sensors. And the fourth one's missing. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Much appreciated. You're right. That was incorrect. There should be one there like that, and then that shouldn't be there, but it should be connected to there, and that shouldn't be a thing at all. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and same on the side. Thank you. Yeah, that was I had completely missed that I got that wrong. That would have really fried my brain when it didn't work, and I had no idea why.
Have you configured the new one?
No. That was the wrong way around. There we go. Now I have configured the new one. Yes, that was very useful. Thank you for not only telling me which one I'd missed off, but also then coming back and saying, "Hey, you've still missed it." Yes, I really do appreciate it. Right, so that's that. That was one of the big things I wanted to get running because I don't really like rockets, and so replacing that rocket with a train makes me happy. So that will hopefully mean if we go back up to Norbit, maybe the production science will now be churning through merrily because we have steel iron ingots. We don't have iron. Where are the iron ingots? What?
Have you by any chance done it as iron plates instead and caused yourself chaos?
It worked before, so no. However, what is possible is that all of the iron ingots are getting taken away and turned into... Ah, here we go. I blame somebody else. It says last use a giant lobster, so I'm blaming Tristan. Tristan, you've stolen all of the ingots and turned them into iron plates. No, actually, no, you've not stolen them all. You've stopped them being passed through and turned them into iron plates, whereas iron ingots need to be taken out.
Stop them being in that exact same warehouse.
In the exact same place. Yeah,
So
sorry,
it's
I'll
not
take that
relevant.
back. No, it's not that.
It's almost as if I connected it there deliberately.
Yeah, no, I take that back. Sorry. Maybe
We just don't have any.
We just don't have any, but are we not requesting? I saw them being... I'm sure I saw them. I thought I saw them being fed in. We've got a request of 500. Have they been passed out down here somewhere? Are there 500 in there and it's just... Or is something being dumb? I see no iron ingots in the stock.
You have 600 in the train.
Oh, okay. Right. We just need
It might just need to catch up. Have a handful of trips.
Well, it's had a handful of trips. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, because they just go straight out onto the bus every time and never seen again. All right, I'll put it up to 5,000 for now and then drop the number later if I remember. A train has run out of fuel on Norvis.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it.
Okay, cool. Actually, my other question is, will if actually this warehouse is basically empty. If 5,000 iron ingots appear, it's probably not going to be a problem. So I imagine 5,000 iron ingots is going to cause the train to be training pretty damn quickly. Out of curiosity, if I click on here, no, there are no trains with this because there aren't any up in space. But if I look down on Norvis again, yeah, there we go. Here's a flood, a nice little, well, a blue belt's worth of iron ingots coming through. So that's going to fill the train up, and then hopefully, and then we'll see. Yeah, there we go, filling up nice and quick. And then it'll whip back up again.
I have
trains without
jigged my steel system here to handle iron plates turning up in the iron ingot station.
Have we cleaned out the? How is it getting up?
Yes, I finished purging it down. Oh no, it's not entirely purged. It's purged up to the splitter for my station.
Okay, right, yes. Oh yeah, there's the steel ingots coming across.
Yes,
here.
there might be some residual in your station.
That's fine. I can cope with if a little bit of residual steel. I need to make sure. Yeah, there's a little bit in here. But if that comes through,
There's
that's
not
fine.
enough to matter.
Yeah, exactly. I do need to check the requests in Norbit though to make sure that I need to stop clicking the wrong things. I need to check the request up here to make sure it's requesting steel ingots and not steel plates, because it probably is requesting steel plates, because I don't think it's been updated. Iron ingots. No, that's. Oh no, it's requesting 3,000 steel ingots. Just trying to make sure it's not requesting steel as well. I don't see a steel request on there, so that has been set up to request ingots. Okay, good. So this seems like it'll probably be okay. Oh, and here come my iron ingots now, and some stone. Why is it bringing up? Oh, it's bringing up stone because I was shenaniganing around with it. It hopefully won't do it again. Because stone is supposed to be coming in from here. Oh, I haven't programmed this. That's why it's shenaniganing around with the stone. So let's finish what I was doing up here. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Actually, finishing a job. So stone is less than 1,000. Then pass some through. Stone is apparently more than 1,000, so we shouldn't have been getting that other stuff up. But never mind. That's a nothing. That's fine. Okay, good. And so yeah, there's a load of steel plates coming through there and some steel ingots, but that's fine. We can sort out and deal with that. Steel plates are being held here, and now there we go. We've got some iron ingots trundling along here now, and hopefully, I think is that the only thing we're missing? It's the thing we're missing right now for production science. So hopefully that'll get things sciencing again in a happy way, and then we can come back and find out just how short of plasma we are, because I'm pretty sure there's not going to be enough plasma generators here. Might need to extend this up to about, I don't know, here or something, even with the speed modules. But we shall see. Or alternatively, we might just find it catches up and everything is fine. Oh crap! You're right. I am very low on oxygen packs. Thank you for the warning. Let's go and find a. I should just sit in the spaceship when I'm doing everything by remote WASP name, because that'd be much safer. But no, I can fly over and get myself into a place where I can get some more oxygen. That'd be very useful. Up here somewhere. Good enough? Oh, that is turned on. That's okay. Yes, bring me some more life support cans now, and they'll take these ones away. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate the warning. I would appreciate the robots as well, if there were any.
Okay.
Who's stolen all the logistic bots? Where are all the logistics bots?
They're all dead.
Here they are. Here they come, rather. It looks like it might have been Marc.
For those who are interested, I've finished plumbing in all of the stuff for the material science sort of exchange station. So there's now one train which will go to each of those and take the stuff from wherever. I have 4 spare stations in here. This is not miscounting. This is because the things they're intended for are not yet on Norvis. As I say, that's expected. And therefore is not a problem. Well, it's imersite, beryllium, holmium, and what's the other one? Cotharium. Imersite. Not imersite, I already said that. Iridium.
Norvis is getting attacked fairly spectacularly.
Yeah, I should probably deal with that.
No, it's way off up in the north. It's Marc going out. Oh, they've actually breached the walls, eaten all the turrets, and are now heading down into the base itself.
Not good.
Is anyone on Norvis?
Nope.
Does anyone
You're
want to
Norbit, so you can go via the elevator. Both of you are, in fact.
I'm near the elevator, but I think it sounds like a Laurence job to me.
No, I dealt with it last time, and I had to suicide to get there, so it's definitely your turn.
Well, whilst you were doing that, I was being pooed on. Wait, no, when did you do it last? Was it last week?
No, it was ages ago. Somebody was. Oh no, it was Marc who was away. He had some sort of, I don't know, business shenanigans or something. Oh, that area is actually inside the Roboport network, so it will get repaired. Also, there's some shallow water there, so the biters are now leaving and haven't had to cross a wall in order to do so.
Are they all? No, there's still some hanging around.
Still some of them there. could lob a nuke at them, but it wouldn't actually kill the green biters, so it's not worth, and it would just wreck the base in that area, so it's not really worth it.
We could lob a non-nuke. He says, assuming that we have non-nuclear.
I'm not sure we can select. I'm not even sure that's
no,
inside
there's
artillery
no
range.
guns in. Yeah, there's no guns in range here. I just tried.
All right.
Um,
And we need to build we need to drop in some lasers there, and more than however many were up here before, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because apparently that wasn't enough. We also need to ridicule Marc for not blocking off this area properly, either with sufficient lasers or with a wall that actually keeps the biters out.
I've gone for the overkiller's underrated way of reinforcing that wall.
Yep, that looks fine to me. I have no problems with that at all.
The biggest issue I've got with this biter cluster here is if they decide to drop a spawner.
Yeah, but that would be the worst. Or if they just sort of wander south and start eating things.
Less specs, at least we'll be notified about it.
True, yeah. But you could just put in another one of those little pillbox setups in next to them and see if it's enough to kill them. Or
The problem
not
is when
quite
it's just one in and that gets destroyed, and then another one in that gets destroyed. It just becomes a slow, unexpected trade on
there is
as
an
well.
artillery train, so put that where there's defences.
Ooh, point.
But if you lob an artillery shell at them, it's going to destroy a significant chunk of the base. I mean, that's not the end of the world, sure, but
By significant chunk of the base, you mean
it's going to get what at most
an electric pole,
2
maybe a
pylons and a
roboport.
roboport. Yeah, all right. Okay, it's not that much stuff. It still feels wrong, but okay, not that wrong.
Yeah, some defences down there first. Wait for the bots to build them.
I'll put them in, and I'll let somebody else remember. There we are. That's probably massively overkill again, but where are the bots? Oh, it's the other side of Norvis, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be a long
There
time.
are
till
gates
they're right.
there.
Yeah, I noticed those and wondered what they were doing, why they were there.
There are a bunch to the right. Oh, there'll be Mark's defensive blueprint thing that he dropped. Where the artillery train parks, and it's surrounded by laser turrets.
That makes some sense. Okay. Yeah, Spidertrons would probably be quite useful for this, but we don't have any. So, c'est la vie. Let's go back to the to-do list. So, one of the things I noted in the video was that Marc is making, or somebody is making, I think it's Marc, is making electronic components in a quantity here. It's not a very big quantity, but they are being made there. And I'm sort of wondering whether this should be sort of turned into an off-bus thing somewhere. They're already being supplied to a train as well, actually, so they could be brought to a bus station, or we could just carry on making them on the bus as we're doing at the moment, which is I don't know. I don't care too strongly either way. Copper or uranium, right? That's fine. Resources missing for recycling. Oh yeah, so there's the we had that red circuit problem, didn't we? So let's have a look at how that's getting on. We seem to now have sufficient red circuits. Oh no, hang on, that's the old one. That's the one that just makes them to blue circuits. Down here, so it was the electronic components. So the electronic components there were being brought to here in order to be made into the red circuit. So we still have a drought of red circuits by the looks of it. We've got
Drought of lithium.
We've got 28,000. So we've got the drought of lithium still. That's just sort of
that is currently not running.
There's still no mineral water. So it comes down to what I was saying about the mineral water is not being produced in sufficient quantity through the core mining and is being vented.
We're going to have to use a mine.
We might actually have to set up a mineral water mine. Yeah.
That may be due to it being voided for a session or two.
Maybe.
So it's entirely possible that we're producing it fast enough. It's just not fast enough to fill buffers as well.
My gut feeling, based on just sort of looking at it and going, is that this lithium production is not going to be remotely enough to keep a decent-sized factory satisfied. I feel like we're going to need significantly more just lithium production in general. I'm not certain of this. It is quite possible that when we chuck in the mineral water, which we definitely need, then things will be okay. but we're going to need more lithium production. I suspect we're going to need more lithium production.
Do we have any local oil patches?
You mean mineral water, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just pinged one.
Yeah, I was resisting calling them mines because I disagree with you calling them mines.
No, you said oil, which is why I
Yeah, I
was...
know.
Okay.
I was resisting calling them mines.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
claiming
call them
them.
oil.
So if he wants to call them mine, he can.
There's 3
Well,
million
his.
there, which is closer. There's 8, but the one I pinged first is 8 million. There's a total of 8 and a bit million over there in 2 patches that are very close together. There's 4 million. The 8 million seems to be the biggest one so far.
Yeah, local is sort of of more interest to me, but none of them are local enough to just pipe it in.
Mm. Yeah, I think the
Because people
first...
would have built over ones like that.
Yeah. Where is lithium anyway? I didn't really pay much attention to it. Oh, yeah. I'm struggling to tell because the roboports are almost the same blue as the mineral water patch would be. But yeah, I think it's probably, as you say, we'd... Oh, there's one... there's a million up here, which is about as close as it's probably going to get.
I mean, that is right by the rail network.
Yeah, the one that I pinged first down here isn't exactly a long way from it, and it's all inside the Roboport network, I assume. Yes, it is. So it would be relatively straightforward to build there. And there's a rare metals patch right next to it for other things we don't expect to need, but probably will fairly soon. So I would say that's the one to go for. It's pretty close to the rail network, and it's there. It's I would sort of somewhat lean towards having you set that up because I'll probably get the priority trains wrong. But I could set up the I could tell it to start putting in the drills and the pump jacks and the fluid stuff.
Yeah, I can sort out trains.
Cool. Okay, I'll get this set up then.
Makes me glad I didn't fully rebuild the train I used, because there were 2 solids trains there.
Oh,
so
right.
I used one of them and just put a locomotive back.
There's a lot of holes down here, or seams, whatever you call it, whatever you call the things you get mineral water out of. Right, now let's try and come up with a sensible way to actually pipe all of these in. That's always the most frustrating part of setting up a fluid mine is always deciding how to link up all of the pipes, get them to somewhere sensible. No, don't rotate the rock, rotate the pump jack. There we go. Is there a station blueprint that's still valid? The blueprint's grey and weird. Oh, these are my blueprints, not game blueprints, that's why. There we go. Rails, stations, fluid pickup station. No, they're using the small tanks. But still, it'll have a lot of the useful stuff in it. I feel like I might as well just use the big ones.
Yeah, one big one or something. Was that enough? Do you need 2 big ones?
Probably. I might as well. I'll put in 2 because then you can have 1 by each wagon. Although you don't actually, you can anyway. You can link one to both of the wagons, can't you? Come think of it, because they've got big pumps. Because they've got three output what's names. Are these?
Are you doing a 2 wagon one train then? Because I'm sort of assuming.
Sorry, 4. I meant 4. Right, so I'll put that. No, these don't snap to grid, so I'll just put it wherever, and then link them up. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's put in the rail first, and then work out where is a nice place to put it based on that. Basic. What's the difference between these? Oh, landfill. Okay. What do you reckon? Can I fit a station in that gap? Probably no. Almost no chance, actually, come to think of it. But game blueprint, yes. Rails, stations, fluid pickup station, left. Yes, that's the one I want. No, I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna have to do something weird with this, but never mind. I don't mind a bit of weird. There we go. That can go there. We'll get rid of a bit of this and then have it loop out and then back in again in a weird way, I guess. So we need to go from there to there. That's horrible. Need to go from there to there. That's fairly horrible, but not as bad. It's a hammerhead station. That's a completely different shape. That's the same shape. Right, let's put that there then. So I need to get rid of one more of those, probably. There we go. Right, there. So that's the station put in. It's I'm not going to use these though. Not going to use any of this. Any of this. Any of this. I'll leave those pumps there. No, I won't. Let's get rid of the pumps as well. And most of that. There we go. So now I want to come in with the ginormous tanks. I'll put in 4 of those because why not? Actually, let's put in let's put some placeholder pumps down because otherwise I can't see where the trains are where all the wagons are going to go anymore because I got rid of all the station stuff. Oh dear. All right. So the theory is here that I'm going to have some big tanks along here that all these are going to dump into. I suppose while I'm waiting for that to happen, I might as well start with the piping. That's a space pipe. Don't want that. That's a normal pipe. Do want that. Actually, I can't even do that because I don't know where the tank's going to go. All right, let's come back to this in a minute. I can put in the the junction. Let's put in the single chunk junction like that. Single chunk junctions work for our ground trains, don't they? They don't collide with themselves.
Correct.
Good.
They,
Even if they try and turn right.
Yeah. Left.
Left. Right, so we're going to have power coming in from these, so that's fine. But we should have power in general just around here already.
I wonder what the length of train required for it to actually collide with itself on the tightest possible circle is.
Not much longer than our current trains, I don't think. Oh, not there. There. And there. I mean, this power grid is actually kind of useful because it meant it was very, very easy to link all of that stuff up.
I think it's about 10 trains. 10
items.
Yeah.
Right. Huge storage tank. Huge tracks of storage tanks. Put one there. One there. These aren't quite as long as a wagon, but never mind. I'll put one there and one there. There we go. So we've got 4 storage tanks. I think that's probably sufficient. And then we'll just load them all up from wherever they want, whatever's convenient. So you go straight into there. You go straight to there. This isn't going to work. I'm going to need to put more. I'm going to need to put a vertical part. Let's just do this. I feel slightly gross doing that, I have to admit, but it's going to be it's the easiest way to link these sort of things up. So we'll do that and that and that and then that to there. Replace that pylon because I'm still going to need it. Go there, I suppose that's fine. That's the space pipe. Stop that. And that one's done. That one's done. This one's not done. Right, it's all of... Oh no, still needs a pipe on there. Right, that's the top row done.
Have you named your station?
No.
Could you do so,
Cool.
please?
Yep. Mineral water pickup. There we go. I have now named my station.
Thank you.
It is here in case you need to find it.
I managed to find it. Thank you.
Cool. That was that one. Pipe.
I'm somewhat inclined to suggest that because we're only having the one, to not use the train limit stuff. At least for now. Because it'll mess up. It needs a buffer location if we do use it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yes, because we do need to make sure we take it from the
Yeah.
from the other place, from the core mining by priority,
Now,
don't we?
That mineral water pump area should always basically be full.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a plentiful supply coming from here. There's a lot of pump jacks and a lot of tanks. I think yes. I don't see us running out here particularly soon. There's not a lot of power though. Interestingly, I've apparently not linked these up very well. Oh, that pylon's full. Stupid. I forget that big pylons can only connect to a certain relatively not particularly large number of things.
It's one of those things that's rarely an issue.
Yeah, but in that particular rope, there we go. Now we have some mineral water is now coming in.
A train should turn up very soon.
We have about 1,000. Now we have about 2,000. Now we have about 4,000. Yeah, this is filling up pretty quick. Oh, actually, no, we're not. No, we don't. It's not dribbling down to the bottom ones quite as quickly. There is a quantity. I need to put some pumps in though. I forgot about them. One for you, one for you.
I'm trying to remember. Do
you and
the mineral water things ever run out, or are they infinite?
They will run out.
Run out.
But there's 8 million here, so it's going to be quite a long time before it's an issue.
Oh yeah, I'll do it till Tuesday at least.
Yeah. Even if we're making a lot of lithium, I think it's going to be a while till we have any serious problems here.
Yes.
Right, that is now done. Apart from waiting for the bots to do their shenanigans. True, substations would have been a lot more sensible, Clown. That's a good point. For some reason, I have a mental blind spot for substations. I don't know what. I think I just don't. Yeah, I don't really think of them, and I obviously should, but I don't. Sorry. So yeah, my bad. I also missed some of these things, like this one.
Okay, I'm now making trains, or rather, I've replaced the requested chest. That it's a series milestone. I think it's an entire YouTube channel milestone. A temporary thing has been replaced with a permanent solution.
Dun dun dun! Wow.
Specifically, you'll see that technically about 8 tiles to the left there is.
Oh, a request chest.
There is no request. The last thing was taken out of it, but I removed the actual request.
So what was that request? Was it the big engines and the green circuits? Was it
stuff on that very bottom belt that I've just added in,
nice.
Which is
I approve because you know my feelings about.
Yeah.
One day, Laurence will just take a blue deconstruction planner, filter it with blue chests, and just drag it over all the factories.
That sounds like a good
Pretty
idea.
much. Yes, Laurence is a man who confuses me in many ways. In this particular instance, the relevant way he confuses me is that he says he doesn't like logistics costs and then won't use logistics chests where you just put it down and tell it fill this up and then leave it alone.
What?
What?
I'm saying that a bit tongue in cheek. You will routinely say things like you don't like rockets because of the logistics cost.
No. It's the logistics effort cost. Effort cost. As opposed
okay, right. Effort, yeah, fine. Effort cost. But the blue chest is literally slap it down, shift right click the structure, shift right click the logistics chest, and it's done.
I thought it was mostly the wastage.
There is some wastage.
There's also the aesthetics as well, I think. And yeah, aesthetics is definitely part of it.
I'm going to say,
So you
fairly
care
sure
about
earlier,
aesthetics.
you have said that very categorically already in this stream.
No, I don't care about the aesthetics of concrete. I care about the aesthetics of huge ranks of belts marching around carrying stuff, and I dislike the aesthetic of a bot swarm. Oh, goody, now we've run out of significant data. No, not significant data, machine learning data. Why are you sad? You've run out of thermofluid. Oh, yeah, that was going to be an issue at some point, wasn't it? Because I broke the... I removed the thermofluid generation. Hang on, there's a... Oh, no, this is empty. Right. I need to bring thermofluid over to the space bus.
Which catalog's not working and why?
How am I going to do this? With a loud coughing noise, apparently. I'm the only one allowed to cough on microphone. You know, I could just tap it off here and steal it from the science park. Actually, that's tempting.
Scarily, all of the material science catalogs are now backing up, apart from the one which needs pistol magazines.
Hello, Solron. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. How are you? Are you another Factorio player? Are you playing space exploration? How are you getting on? All these other sort of important questions. How's it going? That sort of thing. Have you had a good stream? That's another important question. I've just realised that I removed my supply of thermofluid from my bus a little while ago and didn't replace it, so it's finally run out of it, and I feel slightly silly. SpaceX K2. So it's exactly the same as us. So you're in a I'm in a position where I am now worrying about the production science as well, because I've just run out of machine learning data, and so this is ground to a halt yet again. In fact, actually, it's the utility science that we seem to be short of right now. Because that needs thermofluid as well. Okay, that's why. Okay. So in order to fix this. Oh, you've got more add-ons to make it a bit easier. Fair enough. This feels dirty, but I am very, very tempted to just run a pipe from these tanks here over into the bus here, link it up to this pipe, and then we will just have this pipe, and then we will have warm thermofluid available over here, because we have the cooling infrastructure over here already. We just aren't making it. So it's either that, or put in a station somewhere and try and squeeze a pipe of thermofluid down the bus, and I don't really fancy that very much. I think I will. I'll link it into the whatchamacallit over here. I think that's going to be the least horrible way to do it. So do I have a tank to store it in? Yes, I have a tank here. Which is connected to almost nothing. I can run, So what extra add-ons are you playing with? I mean, one of the ones we don't have, and probably, I'm not going to say should have, because it was very much a deliberate decision not to have it, but would make an enormous difference, is LTN. We're playing without that because masochism. Run these down here. Who's opening crisps? Did you bring enough for all of the class?
Well,
what?
No, mate.
Right, so I can bring the pipe across like this, and then up, and then pipe comes in from here like that. There we go. I feel dirty doing this, but I honestly feel it's probably the best way to do it. And not just because I'm lazy. And the other possibility is to move the these two sciences off to their own area. But I think it's very much it ain't really. It's only slightly broke, so let's fix it the easy way rather than go and do massive amounts of rebuilding to get things working differently. However, I do need some construction bots to come over and help me with this. Yes, that means you guys. Yeah. Oh, and to the comment a little while ago, about you can use you can go and stand on some spaceship tiles to not need air. That's a good idea. I shall do that. There we go.
That's why I put them there.
Yep.
You can also stand in a train or any other thing where you're in a building or whatever.
Okay.
I knew the pod thing worked and rockets worked.
Yeah.
Train seems slightly weird, but it's the same logic.
The trains clearly have some sort of oxygen supply because you can because they can burn coal in space. So Although the space train's not necessarily, come to think of it. Bot. Come on, bots. Lay all this stuff. It's important. This is all covered by roboports, and yes, it is. Okay, good. I was just thinking, I feel a little bit silly if I was just sitting here waiting for them to build it all, and they were going to miss a little bit in the corner here. All right, so down here we have one of those, and then oh dear, are we going to be able to get over this? Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get over this pipe. Let's find out. Oh yeah, that's fine. Go to there, and then again from here to there. Yes, lovely. That's not going to work, is it? No, there's going to be a touchdown in the middle of that.
For some reason, my downstream top train station says that all 3 stops are disabled.
Yep.
Yes, they are. They're not in use yet. Don't worry about it too much. Just
All right, that's fine.
run straight through.
I've put the what's it called?
Bob.
Station in the queue in the list.
Because they're specifically disabled rather than train limited, the train won't even try to go there.
Yep, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so once we actually do have some stuff to bring down, we'll be able to. But for now, the train's just ignore
We do
us.
have some stuff to bring down, but we don't have the station.
Once the
at the
system
bottom.
is
We've got
ready for
loads,
us to bring stuff down, then we can.
Oh, and Mike has arrived.
Have I? Yep,
Yeah, down on Norvis.
I have. Yes.
Oh, you're heading down to deal with those bites.
Everything.
Right kind of
bites, and you go deal with those. No, everything I think with this train is working, so I'm riding with it to basically because I'm lazy. That way the camera tracks. The camera then tracks it.
Yeah, I can see the logic of that.
It does. If you're in Navsat, it will mess with what you're doing. By the way.
I am not in Navsat.
Yeah. So it will basically take you out of Navsat mode and return you to you.
Fair enough. I mean,
Slightly unhelpful.
As I say, and to be honest, I'm not particularly worrying about that right now. I'm mousing over things around me to make sure that's working. That's working. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. It's roughly what I was doing with the one for the bus, just making sure that everything was it was getting loaded up properly, and that I put all the things in the right place. And people were kind enough to tell me when I hadn't.
Yeah.
Can I have a pump, please? Come on, bots.
Yeah. The only real issue right now. So I'm generally happy with the way I've got things set up. The only real. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9,
I'm glad
10,
you are. I'm not sure I'm happy with the way you've set things up.
15. Fine. Yeah, but that's because reasons.
Is it because what you've made is a bit gross?
No, it's because what I made actually works.
Believe it when I see it. No, I mean I suspect it will work. It'll just work in a rather horrible way. And it's
horrible is subjective.
Your train bringing stuff up to the train that goes from ground to Norbit, I think is going to have some. It's going to be a bit odd, basically, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. The only thing that is sort of a question mark on it from my point of view right now is why is it a double-headed train if it's always going in the same direction around the loop? Doesn't need to be. It's just dragging an extra train around for no reason.
That's true.
Presumably because you've not followed the design principles.
Yeah, all the top side stations are pull in back out stations.
Yeah, mine's just a loop, so I can get rid of one of the trains.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Is it not?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Sorry, beg pardon. No, it's not. I am operating
I mean, yes,
on a
Mike,
very
go ahead,
limited...
remove that back train, see what happens.
It'd be fine. It'd be very efficient. It would cut down costs drastically.
Yeah.
In my defence, I'm operating on very little sleep. But yeah, it's just the logic going at the moment. The logic I've got set up will work as long as everything continues to draw evenly.
Yeah,
Actually, no, it doesn't need to be even. It just needs everything has to draw. It's as long as no one thing stops drawing, then it will work.
Yeah, that is what I would think of as fragile.
Yeah, I can change an and to an or, but then
But
if
then
there
your
is
train is
zero
forever.
draw,
train is always just going up and down, up and down, up and down,
Yeah,
with nothing in it. Yeah, and that's basically your system. I think your system will probably work. Generally, I just think it's going to be a bit inefficient and lead to empty or part full trains running sometimes when they don't really need to be.
Yeah, there's no not empty command, is there? Because that would be the other way of doing it.
Well, no, because then you'd send it up when it's got one thing in it.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I mean, at the end of the day,
exactly. No guy's spot on here. It'll work until it doesn't.
Yeah. Just having a.
Oh, why are there no? We're making the production science packs. Why are they not on this belt? Because they're pretty sure they're meant to be on this. What's going on? Because there were a load here on the outputs. Oh, we have a belt full of junk data cards that need to be refilled. Right, let's sort this out the sensible way. Let's put these on the disposal belt so we can just get rid of them, and then we'll recycle, and then we won't bother, and we'll have them recycled by the main system that is responsible for that sort of thing, rather than having a local memory card reformatting system area that just can't keep up with anything and is a bit of nonsense. Where is the junk belt down on this area? There.
So how are you guys stopping the train from going indefinitely? Whilst
It only
also
goes
not.
when every stack. It only goes when it can't load more stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, right. So you're keeping it really down to that sort of very fine. Okay, fine.
Yeah. When there are no empty stacks left in the train, and when something tries to be put into the train and it can't be put in
And
the
it doesn't
train,
fit. Yeah.
then the train will go.
How are you preventing the deadlock scenario where something runs out up top, is requested down bottom, but can't get into the train because every slot is full?
The train will
So
have gone.
the train will have left,
full, and then it will come back again empty and be able to pick stuff up again.
And it will only leave the top when there's space.
It'll only leave the top. It empties at the top.
Yeah, my gut feel is there's a deadlock scenario where it can't unload properly.
Yeah,
then you set your things up wrong.
Yeah, if you order too much stuff and you don't have enough storage space up top for it, then yes, it can deadlock from that. That's really annoying. But I think that's it. Hopefully, I mean, and that happened earlier with lube barrels, which is why I went, oh no, I've got too much lube, and forced it all through. If you'll pardon the expression.
Hey, if you're forcing it through with lube, then I mean, you know.
I did need to force it through with lube. So forced all the lube out, and then there was plenty of room for everything else that was needed. So
did one of you a few seconds ago say it would always work because you'd never set it up wrong, or did I mishear that?
No, we said we said
it doesn't work. Then you set it up wrong.
Great. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I would never say because I'd never set it up wrong, because I'm familiar with my with hubris and my level of reliability when I'm building things.
Yeah.
There we.
Yeah, I've this I think the generic point is I've tried to. If you follow the Wilcox, I've forgotten the other guy's name. It's the Wilcox rank. No, the Wilcox stock control model. There's a second guy next to Wilcox and someone else. He cites there are 3 objectives that you can have in stock control, and we are effectively dealing with the stock controls problem.
Mm-hmm.
You've got running out of stock. You want to avoid that. You've got minimizing the stock in inventory. So basically never having too much, and minimizing the number of deliveries.
Yes. Yeah, I think you've gone for trying to I don't know what you've gone for, to be honest. We've gone for minimizing deliveries and preventing running out of stock, whilst and putting up with an overload an overload of unnecessary stock that we possibly don't need to have. We're not just in timing it, basically.
Yeah, you can only ever optimize on one of them. There's a whole load of mathematical stuff that I don't remember how the proof works anymore, but you can only optimize for one. You've minimized deliveries. That's fine. It's a legitimate way of doing it, and that's what
even there's multiple things you have to prioritize them.
Yeah, you can prioritize
Your
multiple
solution-
things. You
yeah,
might not be
yeah.
able to optimize for two things, but you can prioritize two things. And say, yeah, these are the things that we're trying to make. We're trying to these are the things we care about. And
Yeah. So the way that you set up your trains is optimizing for minimal deliveries. So it's minimizing deliveries. That's your objective function.
yes, but
Within
we're also making sure that we don't run out of stock at the top.
Minimizing deliveries is a nonsense in this because throughput is we're going for the same throughput.
No, he means
no.
minimizing number of trains that run in this case.
So in the Wilcox model,
Still
you're talking about you are very much minimizing deliveries.
Mike is sending half full trains, therefore he's not minimizing deliveries. We're making sure our trains are always full, which is hence minimizing the number of deliveries that are made. Yeah. So each delivery delivers a maximum amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Part of that's I'd consider not filling your trains to be a nonsense, and therefore I'm sort of excluding it.
Yeah, but bear in mind that Mike is a nonsense, and therefore is not filling the trains.
So I mean, the real world point is these are always talking about supermarkets. Minimizing deliveries is you don't want to have to pay for 50 lorries to be delivering stuff at once. So you say, well, I only need 10. If I accept that, it'll be a little bit longer between each one, but it'll be fuller. Your alternative is to say, if you're a hospital, I must never run out of oxygen tanks in my intensive care unit. Therefore, as soon as I get below a certain amount, regardless of the cost, regardless of whatever else, I must have another delivery.
You can optimize for both of those though by optimizing by saying that if you run out if you get below a certain number of oxygen tanks, then order a full van's worth of oxygen tanks. And that's what Tristan and I are doing. So we're optimizing for two of those things, despite your claim that you can't.
That's still not an optimization for one, because when you're minimizing deliveries, you're still using a warning level to trigger when you get your next delivery.
You could technically reduce one of them.
Out.
So.
You're still ensuring. I mean, you said you what you literally said was that if you want to make sure you don't run out of oxygen tanks. So you say if we get below 100 oxygen tanks, order more. And if you're not trying to minimize your deliveries, but you're trying to minimize or keep control of your stock, you order another 100 oxygen tanks, or one oxygen tank, or in the extreme. Whereas if you're trying to minimize your deliveries as well, then you order a full truckload of them. You can definitely optimize for two of those, because that's literally what you're doing there.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, in this game, yes, you can, because you've got an infinite supply. Oh, not infinite.
But also in real life, you order. Delivery of oxygen tanks come through, and then you're minimizing.
Because in real life,
they go off.
Oxygen tanks do go off usually with a bang. It's generally they do start to develop leaks over time if you keep them at full pressure, etc. There's a whole load of things in there, but you could pick something which is non-perishable, absolutely. Yeah. What you're doing though, if you do that, is you're pushing the problem further down the system to the next person. The reason you don't want to keep a very large stock is usually because cost.
Yes, but
So, which in Factorio, a warehouse full of stuff is very low cost, and therefore, yes, you can.
Yeah, but also you are still. I stand by my comment. You are still optimizing for two of those things. You're just extremely unoptimizing for the third one.
So, you're using a blended optimization thing. In the real world, that doesn't actually tend to work. There is a whole mathematical proof for it. I don't remember. It took it's 3 or 4 lectures to go through it. So that's how complicated it was. At uni,
right? Because you've definitely missed something out there, because the thing we've suggested, whilst we're not being realistic in the real world, because you can't have an infinite supply of oxygen tanks in your hospital, I accept that. Despite it not being realistic, it is theoretically possible.
In Factorio, it is, yes.
In the real world, it is possible. It's just extremely unwise.
So yes, I mean, okay, make it a non-perishable, non-dangerous substance.
Yeah. Pillows,
I don't know,
or something. I picked pillows.
Steel bar, whatever.
I picked pillows because they're extremely bulky. So a van load of pillows isn't actually that many pillows.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever it happens to be.
So
anything non-perishable.
Yeah.
Then yes, Yes, you can do subsystem optimization on a blended rate quite happily. It's when you do full systemic optimization that you can't do. Well, yeah, you can always do a level of blending. It's just mathematically not optimum.
Oh yeah.
It works. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It works.
I was disputing your absolute where you said you cannot optimize for two things, and that's objectively wrong.
Noglad says he prefers to optimize for how complicated can you make the train ballet look.
Yeah, that is definitely worth optimizing for. I have now completely forgotten what else I was doing at the moment. I've now fixed the production and utility science at least, so that's now running merrily again. Let's have a look at the to-do list, because I was doing the mineral water mine, which Tristan doesn't like me calling a mine.
I've fixed one of the things you missed out. You didn't power the actual station itself.
Oh,
the pumps for that.
Oh, the pumps for the station. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because the pumps hadn't been put in when I was looking at it, so I forgot to put the pylons in for them. Thank you.
The pylons were there. It was those pylons weren't powered.
Oh, the pylons weren't powered. Okay, that I can also believe. It looks like all of the donkeys are nodding, so it seems to be. It looks like all that's set up properly.
Why is the train not left? Or is it?
The destination is full, it says.
Okay, that's fine then.
Mineral water drop is apparently full. Mineral water drop is presumably... How are you prioritising this? Have you put in a second station?
Yeah.
No, there's mineral water drop over here. No, not here, you haven't. Oh, mineral water prior. Okay, so the train will go and sit there until it's ready. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
The other train will go and sit there.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Right, yeah. So that looks like it's working. There is the primary tanks are full. The secondary tanks are half full. So yeah, that looks like it's now working. We have a trickle of lithium coming out. Now we get to find out if my earlier prediction that we're now woefully underproducing lithium is correct. We are quite close to having a train load in here. Are we triggering on whatever it is we're on at the moment? So we're on 7.6. It's about going to be 8,000. It's going to trigger on 8,000. Yes. So we are. So a train is about to come out. That can be grabbed and taken away and hopefully turned into electronic components and then turned into thingies. Words into red circuits, and we'll find out if the lithium supply is sufficient. My money is on it not being sufficient, but we shall find out. That's the joy of Factorio.
I've got one stack and a half roughly spare in my train after that calculation.
Okay,
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, and that is okay. Oh yeah, I'm sometimes yes, I can believe that your train is going to have sensible amounts of stuff in it.
It's when nothing is needed up top. It will just at the moment just keep going.
Yeah, when you've made three material science testing packs or something, and then it'll come back down and grab another and grab the 5 plastic and 3 copper that are needed for those, and then drive back up again.
Yeah.
Although, actually, given your system of breaking it in the middle into 2 sets of train things, are you still doing that?
Yep.
Yeah, it will request a train.
It'll request a train load.
It's balanced.
So it'll request a train load of whatever. Actually, it might not be wasteful. It might not be wasteful on trains. It's just wasteful on. There's a massive amount stored in the middle and a weird system of supply stations in
but all of these are. What's the word? All these are cheap in quotes. I mean, the uranium, as you showed in your summary video, we've backed up. By the way, the reason we backed up for that is pretty simple, which is ordinarily you use a lot of nuclear power.
No, no. The reason we backed up on that is we had too much stone. Tristan's already looked.
Oh, fair enough.
We are jammed up on stone again, so we will be backing up on that.
Well, yeah. I'm taking a lot of concrete at least, so that'll help.
Should do, yeah.
There's still 42,000 of it in the drop-off station going into the Norbit bus, so the Norbit will not be taking any up for a while.
Okay, yeah.
And then then there is an additional 50,000 plus another 5,000 in the recycling station waiting to be taken away by a train. So yeah, it's going to take a while to get rid of all that stone. Does anyone else need stone? Does anyone need stone in Norbit for anything? Good. No. All right. Okay. So that's going to take a long time to get through that because. I mean, it's not a problem. It can just sit there. We can't put any liquid fluid stations in until it's gone. In that particular place until it's gone. But it can just sit there.
The core mining output is also priority. and
Oh,
should
yeah,
be
it would be,
higher
wouldn't
priority
it?
because it's closer.
Ah. So basically, we just need to use stone faster. Maybe we should let Mark concrete the base. It's because we've got to, we never fixed the glass problem, did we?
I did. I've put an additional buffer there.
Oh, okay. How is that buffer doing?
So it depends what you mean by fixed.
Yeah. So those of you who have watched the video, which I imagine is probably going to be most of you, because the videos tend to be more what? Oh, that is a lot more buffer. Okay, we will remember that we had an issue where where there was too much glass coming in, and so we were getting impacts down here. We have too much glass basically, so we don't need to turn any of it into stone, which is one of the reasons why we have too much stone. So, hopefully now that we're starting to make electronic circuits again, and electronic components and red circuits, we'll start getting through the silicon a bit, and that'll use up some stone. So Tristan's put in some additional space here to store all of that, and we've got about 1,000, 2,000, 53,000, 102,000. Wow. So, yeah, we've had another 1.5 of those warehouses you put in are now full.
Yeah.
So we've basically used a third of the extra space you put in. Now, the thing is, we can't really stop accepting it, because if we stop accepting it, then we don't get any beryllium, we don't get any vulcanite, we don't get any this, that, and the other, because it'll just push the jamming up. Cryonite, yeah. We just push the jams back up the system. So somehow we need to use all of this glass for something. Exactly, Clown. That's the problem. We have these extra warehouses are just, they will fill up, but they're a third full already. So it's going to be a problem again in the not too distant future, and obviously that's a problem. We need to use a lot more glass, or a lot more sand, or a lot more stone, just generally more.
Also iron.
Oh, is iron also problematic in the same way? Right, that's weird, because I remember it's funny, because I'm sure that previously in space exploration, glass has been a massive. There's been a massive shortage of glass everywhere. So this is interesting.
Part of the problem with iron is we're using ingots in places. So if we're sending, we're dropping in iron plates from exoplanets.
Oh, right.
And if we're not using iron plates in many places, then just
that's part of the problem with cutting over.
Maybe we should drop them into here then, instead.
Yeah, that would make sense.
There is still a fair amount of flow here, and as we do science, well, we're making the small electric motor, small piston engine motors here. We're making all the motors still on the bus, which is a little bit gross, but we are still doing it. We're making all the science packs on the bus. All of that is going to use up a chunk of iron, so I don't know whether it's enough, but it's a possibility. Yeah. Because it's not flowing through a small amount. There's a decent amount flowing through there. Or alternatively, we look around and see what else is using iron. What else we're using iron for in large quantities from the ingots. This is not using iron at all. What uses all the iron? What's a big iron consumer that we just get through? Some of it down here for the aeroframe scaffolds, but at the moment. We're short of beryllium, so that's not running particularly brilliantly. I don't know. I know that you get through lots and lots of iron in Factorio, but I can't really put my finger on where and for what.
I've got one green circuit in a stack in one of my cargo wagons. And 199 in a stack in the other.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
There are things you can do about that, but nothing sensible.
One green circuit sitting in the wagon. One green circuit sitting. This is the wrong train. Sitting in the wagon. Oh, it's gone anyway.
Yeah. Nice back up top now, and it's unloaded.
Over here, it's mostly iron ingots to go into the production science. That's fine. I put it up to 5,000 because I'm greedy. So 5,000, that's 1, 2, 5,000, that's 10 stacks. Okay, so I have actually ordered an entire train's worth of iron ingots. That's all right. Iron to steel plates to beam. Iron to steel plates or beams. Right. Oh, steel. Yeah, steel. Yeah, but we're not making it into steel. We're making it into iron plates. and we don't want to make iron plates into steel because that's inefficient. Although if we've got too much iron, inefficiencies don't really. But we haven't got too much iron because we still want it all. We could start shipping the iron as ore. It's half as efficient because your stack sizes are halved, and I think it might be worse than that because I think it takes several iron ores to make iron if you do it the easy way. I don't know. We still haven't had any red circuits appear, I note. Oh yeah, so yes, let's have a look. Let's have a look back at that lithium, because a lithium train is going to be potentially available. Yeah, the lithium train has been. Did it go to where we want it to go to, which is up here somewhere? Here? Here. No, it went somewhere completely different. So we made some lithium, but it's not gone where I wanted it to go. It's probably gone to the bus. The bus will probably run out because we're shipping quite a lot of it up to space.
Train's not in by the bus.
Oh yeah, so it isn't here.
There are
then.
3 stations.
Yeah,
it's a horizontal station somewhere.
Yeah, all my materials, tech cards are backed up.
Lithium sulfur batteries.
Okay. Yeah, I think we don't have enough lithium being made. I think this needs to be. I think this has stopped working. Why has this stopped? What have you run out of?
Is it a balance thing?
We've run out of sand. We've run out of sand.
Oh right, yeah.
How have you run out of stone?
I'm switching over to putting in an extra station. Yeah, that's
TristanBrokeIt.com. Right. Okay. I'm going to duplicate that just because that's a easy way to make things twice as good. Why is there a chlorine vent? Do we not recycle? Do we not run that round and round? No, we don't, do we, for this one?
Because of Marc's requiring the
Marc requiring
intermediate.
That. Okay. So if I don't let him have the intermediate, because this is another system and is therefore separate,
then you won't need any sand beyond the initial.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a what's underneath there? Oh, it's a puddle. This is
In fact, you don't need any of the chlorine and hydrogen making stuff if you can steal a sensible amount of both.
Yeah, that's true, because it just run around in circles. Yeah, okay, that's a thought. So if I chlorine and hydrogen. Oh yes, that one. Yeah. Yes.
You still need to make the hydrogen chloride.
Still need to make the hydrogen chloride from the hydrogen and chlorine, but then that'll be released by the lithium making. No. Oh no.
How do you get the hydrogen back?
Where does the hydrogen come from?
The splitting of water and salty water or sandy water.
Yeah. Maybe it's not this. Maybe it's not this one that was the perfect loop.
Or can you generate? Hydrogen?
No! You can generate hydrogen. You can generate hydrogen by splitting water. That's what. Yeah. Beforehand, this when I built this,
yeah.
I was generating water. I was splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, and passing the oxygen off down a belt over into going to rocket fuel production. Marc has come in and completely redesigned this because Marc. So yeah, it's now completely different. So. Okay, I'm gonna do this again from scratch and use wide area beacons to make it go faster, I guess, and less machines. Okay, so let's go over to the blueprint enjoyer. This thing, what's this? Oh, this is filter cleaning. Okay, right. So somewhere over here, I shall copy his wide area beacon because why not? So, what are we going to do? What do we need to do here? We need to make we need to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, which is done in an electrolysis plant. So we'll have let's start at the very bottom of down here. So we want to have an electrolysis. Let's just start literally all the way out like that. So we have an electrolysis plant there. You are going to do the water separation. We'll also have a separate bootstrap electrolysis plant over here that will only go in for the first set of machines, and will create the first chlorine and some overflow hydrogen. We can then have several of these, I suspect, like that. And then we need to pipe all of these together. And then up here we need to do that. Let's start on this one. And then underground pipes as appropriate, like this. Copy that. Paste, paste, paste. And yeah, I'll put that in as well. The chlorine can be on the next set of pipes up. So the next step is to turn the chlorine and the hydrogen into hydrogen chloride. What do you do that in? There's an L in chlorine, Laurence. There we go. So hydrogen chloride is made from a barrel. Is made from chlorine and hydrogen, not surprisingly. So there's my chlorine, there's my hydrogen. And that's made in a chemical plant or an advanced chemical plant. Let's use an advanced chemical plant because we can. Advanced chemical plant will be in here. Is it? Where's the chemical plant? There's a chemical plant. There's the advanced chemical plant. Those are quite chunky. We'll put that in a little bit higher up, like that. And if we tell you to do the hydrogen, making hydrogen chloride, there we go. And we pass in the. This is going to be awkward. What I should actually be doing is not doing this like that. Let's get rid of that bit. And actually, here's a thought. Let's take all of that, flip it around, and put it in. Why are you not showing me your range? That's about there. Down one. About there. Yes, perfect. And across one as well, like that. There we go. So now I can have my hydrogen pipe here, and then link it in like that. Then I can link this one with an underground pipe. I can link from there to there, and then I can have an oxygen pipe that goes along here. And oxygen is a waste product. We're going to be getting rid of that. And then we can use the underground pipes to link that up like this. And this keeps things a little bit more neatly inside the what do we call it? Inside the area of this thing. Let's turn this around as well, like that, and get rid of that, and that can be even further. That can be further down, like that. Yes, that. Then we can have another pipe going along here that is going to be my chlorine pipe. And that's my hydrogen pipe from there. I'm going to put some sort of pumping system on the end of here. I haven't forgotten that. 15 iron ore to make 5 iron plates. It's never quite that bad, is it? I thought it was 15. I thought it was something like 20. It's 20 iron ore to make 15 iron plates, I think, early on. He said in tones of slightly questioning because I'm not certain, but that feels right. Right, so there we go. I can do that, and I can also move this down again to save space. I don't need to link both of those up. And I can do it again there. Yes, there. Hydrogen and chlorine, like that. And I want to fill all of these up with a bajillion of these, of course. So we go, yes, 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 yes. What? Why are you not taking these modules? What do you mean it's not an intermediate product? Don't be ridiculous. Okay, fine. I'll use speed modules there then. Apparently got some of those. Okay, so there we go. So we're making the hydrogen and oxygen and chlorine all along here. Then this spits out the hydrogen chloride at the top. Stop running out of pipes. You're in creative mode. Like that. That's all nice. Yeah, that's fine, I think, probably. True. No. Iron plates. Takes 1 iron ingot. 20 iron. Yeah, there we go. 20 iron ore to make 15 iron plates with the basic recipe. Or you can go through the sort of the enriched iron one, which takes it down to about 1 to 1, I think. The numbers are in a different video. Right, where was I? So then we've got the chlorine. We've made the hydrogen chloride. We then want to make the hydrogen chloride into lithium chloride, I think, which is with mineral water, again in a chemical plant. So we need these probably along here. Doom. And these ones are going to be making the lithium chloride like that. And this time I can run the pipe along here. Like that. And like that. And then all of this actually can be moved down a bit. Like that. And run the pipe. No, not that one. Run that pipe to there like that. Probably with large quantities of effort, I could make this a little bit more compact and use underground pipes all over the place and just move things so they're slightly off what's name, so that I can get away with squeezing all these gaps out. But I don't think there's any point. I think this is good enough, and this is going to make my lithium chloride, which is then going to be what are we going to do with that? Lithium chloride goes in the delivery cannon. No, don't want genetic data. There we go, lithium and chlorine. So that's done in an electrolysis plant again. So we take in the lithium chloride and water, and we get out lithium and chlorine. Fine. So another electrolysis plant up here. I'm going to want to put a belt in the middle of this, aren't I? So I'll do that. All of this needs to be moved across a bit, but I'll look at the numbers a little bit first. So we have a belt out of here, which would be a blue one, of course. And inserters like this. And then you are going to be making lithium, so you need water, an input of water, which is this one down here, which conveniently isn't too far away, so I can put in a pipe going from there to there, and like that. And we have an inserter as well, of course. And then the chlorine comes out the top, and we pass it straight back down the system again. Like, where does chlorine come to? There. Like that. Right, and then we tack probably a small, might as well just use a regular sized tank on the bottom of here, I think. There's no need for this to be enormous, so we'll put that there. We'll then take out a couple of bits of that, put in a pump, and have this run whenever there's less than, I don't know, 20,000? Let's say 10,000. That's my normal number, and that seems to work pretty well. So we want to keep that at least 10,000 chlorine. Or rather, we want it to stop when it's got to 10,000 chlorine, which is just as good. And then we still need to get rid of the oxygen, and we need to balance it. But basically, that should now work. And we need some more pipes up here, like that and that. Okay, I don't seem to have any power. Let's deal with that. So we have infinite power generation over here, and then I'll use some substations because I do listen to feedback, and occasionally I remember things. So we'll stick in a substation there, and I guess there, and I guess there, and how do I get all of these? Probably with one there. And there. Right, so we now have the power. So I need to put in water here, and this is basically it's mineral. It takes mineral water or water and a kickstart of a little bit of sand, doesn't it? So that's not too difficult. So we'll have a couple of these infinite pipes, one there, one there. You are water, boop. You are mineral water, boop. And then down here we need a supply of sand as well. So we'll put that in with a loader. Like that. That's a space belt, don't use that. And an infinity chest, I guess. You are an infinity chest of sand. No, yes, sand. Sand. Right, so that kicks in. No, we don't have Mark II substation. Oh, we have the pylon substations. Yes, we just haven't brought very many of them down to Norvis. Does anyone have?
We do. We have researched Mark II substations as well.
Yeah, but do they have anything over pylon substations? Because we might as well just use pylon substations.
Bigger radius.
They're actually bigger than pylon substations. Wow.
Oh no, other than pylon substations.
A pylon substation is a 64
Probably
by
just
64. Okay. And a substation Mark II is 24 by 24. So no, pylon substation is much better.
They are
but
cheaper,
as you say, bigger.
But that's it.
They're probably more expensive, rather. Yes. So you're not particularly quick, but yeah, it's fine. You'll eventually fill this up with chlorine, and we can start this running. Oh, and I need an output as well. That would help. Yeah, can we just replace? I don't know if there are any of these on Norvis, and I'm kind of not sure. I should probably just look, to be honest, shouldn't I?
Normal pylons there will be.
No, pylon substations. They're the ones that are actually good. Right, so already I feel like this. Oh no, it's not faster than what we've got at the moment, but it's not significantly slower. Right, we are producing the lithium chloride faster than I haven't speed moduled these or productivity moduled the ones I can. So we'll take that, you and you. There we go. Lots and lots of productivity modules. That's what we like to see. Actually, is there any point in productivity moduling these, or should I? No, yeah, because we are using the mineral water up. I was going to say, because everything is free ingredients, but it's not. The mineral water isn't quite free. Let's have some more of these. All right, these are slow. Even with the wide area beaconing them up to whatever speed they are beaconed up to, they're still very slow. There's not typically there's not quite room for me to put in another set of this above that, unless I sort of tweak my design somewhere to knock a square out of it. And I probably could with this belt here. I could take that out. So that one's not being covered by the by the beacon. Hello, Calcium. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining, etc., etc., etc. You know the drill. I appreciate everyone coming. I really do. I don't mean to sound sarcastic when I say things like that. Yes, great to have you along. I am, as you can probably tell, trying to redesign a lithium production facility. Now I need to move that 1 square more. Damn it.
Yes, so, you don't mean to sound sarcastic. It just happens.
Yeah, pretty much. I blame Mike.
I blame Pete.
But he's not even here to defend himself. That's just mean.
That makes it easier.
It does make it easier, but it still makes it mean.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, I've just realised I'd gone through all 16 data cards for material science, made sure that I got everything needed, either coming up through the whatever it is tower.
There we go.
Space elevator. Thank you. Or
elevator.
In fairness, for things like holmium plates, I'm assuming that's going to come via the spaceport.
Yes.
In the fullness of
holmium ingots, but yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I can chop them up into plates when I get here. The one thing I've just because I was looking at it going, right, can I start building the next materials, so Map 4 catalogs? No, we've not researched it. What do we need to research it? Heavy composites. To make those, you need heat shielding, which is made on Novice. And I hadn't included that.
Right. Now you
So,
see, if you'd made it the way if you set your train up the way I've set mine up, at this point it would be as trivial as just adding it to your shopping list and also plumbing in the belt because it already is on the bus of things that goes down to the spaceport.
Oh, it's literally just plumbing in the belt. The rest is trivial. I have 4 spare stations in Norbit to handle it, or is it 3 spare stations? 3 spare stations, so Norbit. So I've got space to handle it because I allowed for the possibility that I'd either forget something or would do something else and want to just tag an extra delivery on.
Counterpoint, Mike. You could consider making them on Norvis and bringing them up like Laurence is doing for the aeroframe scaffolds.
Need heavy girders and iridium plates to make them.
So you could make all of those on Norvis and bring them up.
True.
Yeah, because then you can productivity module them, which is why I'm making all that stuff down on Norvis.
What? I mean, the obvious questions I've got are things like what do they stack to? Genuinely, I just don't know the answer to it, which is why I'm asking the question. How does iridium get to Norvis in bulk?
In bulk, it would be the same way as the beryllium is going to, in that it'll be shipped to. It'll be it'll be shipped to Norbit and then go by spaceship and then go down in a train probably. Which is a little bit silly and double-handedly because it goes down and then comes back up again. But I think it's worth it for the extra productivity of making stuff more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the logistics handling cost is less than the benefit gained from productivity. Yeah, that's fair.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
That's my theory. Also, those suck. I'm going to use a pet space pile and substation.
This is a bit we find it can't actually be productivity moduled.
It's worth checking these sort of things before just taking what I say as gospel, yes.
Absolutely. Oh, my train, which has been happily running along, getting things working, has just brought down a whole load of junk.
Mostly
ores and stone.
Cool.
Yeah.
I didn't realise we were doing that yet.
Yes, I set it up a moment ago because I need to put the train at the other end, but...
it just has the... Oh, by the way, if you're coming down, stop at the 2 stations to make sure that everything's okay.
There'll be a train at the other end now.
Yeah.
No worries.
Right.
I have noticed that
Hello,
they all
Calcium.
seem to overshoot.
Enjoy your lunch. Yes, this seems like a good way to entertain yourself. And I'm sorry to hear Twitch seems to be being difficult for you. It seems to be behaving for me as far as I can tell, but good luck. Gospel according to Mike is just, no. I think that was burned for heresy.
I don't know what you're doing, Tristan, but it does look horrific.
Yep.
Where's Tristan being horrific? I need to have a ping if you're going to say things like that.
And it's only actually... there we go. One's gone into the blue station. So I was slightly concerned they were only ever getting into the right-hand 2 stations. Because for a while they were.
Okay.
In fact,
blue one is the middle station.
You've got to have that level of bulk to make it happen.
That's a lot of... Oh, you're just dumping all of the stuff into a train and then taking it off and presumably unloading it into the core mining area.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to be a thing. There seems... Oh, no, there's a confused belt here.
Yeah. I grabbed this from the blueprint of balancers. And it doesn't work.
Nice. Is it because you've upgraded it or something? Because there's
it's possible because someone has upgraded it.
Not touched it.
What's it supposed to be?
Oh, it's... Yeah. No.
6, 7, 8, 9 to 4 balancer.
I don't know.
But then those ones I've just replaced, those have just been straight belts.
That's weird.
Now it may not be a proper balancer anymore, but
the 9 to 4 balancer, that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
I'm mildly surprised you didn't just whack a warehouse in the middle of it and go meh.
Trying to avoid warehouses.
Fair.
Okay, given our UPS issues, I mean, in fairness, we should probably have been doing that for much longer.
Maybe.
But, and
But
double
I'm
fairness,
lazy.
chat warned us. Oh, yeah, we are lazy.
True.
Absolutely. Chat did warn us, like, oh, that's gonna crash your UPS, and we went, nah.
It'll be.
And,
What's the worst that could happen?
"Woo,
Oh, I see.
yeah."
That's the worst that could happen.
I mean, we're the same people who early on went, "Oh, look, we've got an achievement for triggering a biter attack with pollution," while we were out on an excursion,
Yeah.
and then went,
You
"That's nice."
just ignored it and hoped it'd go away. Yeah.
So I have
In
discovered.
fairness, the fact we had to wait that long to trigger our first biter attack with pollution is quite impressive. In fairness, yeah.
This is an incredibly slow process. I'm very tempted just to fill all these up with speed modules instead of productivity modules, because mineral water is cheap and water is free. Is that now? Why is this not running? Oh, it's run out. It's got too much. Where's the...
Yeah, you need to only use the sand one for a while,
Yeah.
then switch to using the other one.
Yeah, I forgot that was a thing.
Makes it a faff to prime.
Yeah, I'm just going to vent this for now because I am annoyed. There we go. Right. Part of me is tempted just to put an infinite quantity of chlorine in, just to say, well, that's not the part I'm working on at the moment, but that would clearly be cheating. So yeah, I'm noticing that all of this part up here is now completely backed up. It's running off just the stuff produced by one of these machines. I could put in another copy of that, or actually, I'm gonna. I think. What do people think? If I say I think that mineral water, which is the only thing that actually gets used up in making this, is cheap enough that I don't care about maximum productivity.
I think it would be deeply heretical and flying in the face of the stated objectives as using productivity modules as often as possible.
And what about anyone who isn't an idiot?
How long does the process actually take? Genuine question.
It is a 25-second crafting time.
Vanilla, as in unmodded.
I'm pretty sure. I think that's what that means. Yeah, because that's not 25 seconds, especially given we're running at 50% speed.
I'm going to have to actually maximize the stream. Hang on.
Oh, I haven't.
Let me read the numbers.
Oh wait, it was. I wasn't using quite as much as I thought, because I haven't forgot to link the water in up there. So that will now double the rate. It'll double the rate we're using it up at, but I still don't know if that's going to be enough. No, one of these machines is still capable of keeping up with it, even with full of productivity modules. So I mean, I have two stages of full product. I have 30% plus times 30% productivity being done on here, which is going to be. I'm not going to do the maths in my head. A significant amount.
Oh, right. So it's you would need a colossal bank of the
electrolysis plants. Yeah. Top. And even like this, it's still not enough to run it. So I'm going to put in another set of this down the side here because there is room for it. These plants down here are not running particularly quickly. I've clearly got more than I need down here. The what are we making here? It's the hydrogen, isn't it? Yeah, that we care about. We've got too much of that anyway. I'm going to dump in some infinite chlorine and tell this to stop being silly. There we go. All the chlorine.
So this is a once you've... you don't want all these chlorine because...
Yeah. All the
chlorine. So this is once you've primed it and it's all up and running.
Yes. Yeah. Because that's what I actually care about.
And to be honest, at this point, you just vent the hydrogen from the sand one.
Yeah, that's true.
In the actual design.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There we go. And get rid of that.
Blake is suggesting
I need to vent the oxygen until I'm using it. So,
like suggesting an entire
another beacon and a whole block of
worth
lithium
of.
producing machines. Yeah, I could do.
Because you're going to go for any more than just the column that you were suggesting, then
Yeah.
you might as well do an entire beacon's worth.
That's true. Yeah, there's no point in doing things on a small scale. But looking at this machine is running occasionally. I don't need that. I don't seem to need that one at all. Looking down here, these are running again occasionally, so I don't need the second one of these. So this is creating me lots and lots of extra space to put that in. Down here, these are all running actually. Well, I think I can try getting rid of one of them in order to create enough space to then copy this to here. Oh, it's too big. Why is that? Sticks out to... Okay, just gets the edge of that machine. So I could put this in here, like that.
You can squeeze a couple more into the right in that gap.
Yeah, it can I be
spaghetti
at that point. So that would have to go there, and then it'd be awkward to get the belt in at the top. But I mean, I can.
No, move the inserter, the top inserter. Move it one left.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be really
itself.
easy. Yeah. So I could do that, and then splitter this one.
You can move that entire thing you just pasted one block up.
That's true. Will it matter? Yes, it will matter. So do that and then bring that through there. It's going to put it all on one side of the belt. Why are you not emptying? Lithium.
It's 20 to 11. I need to leave at 11 because I've got to be up early to look after 2 small children.
Okay.
Just let you know.
Yep. Right. I mean, I've got quite a few machines here that are going to be running much, much slower than the others. So as a reference, these ones are running at 4.8. These ones are running at 1.8. But we'll leave them there for now, just to sort of, to get a feel for how the whole system seems to be running. These are clearly still able to keep up, but then that's because this is just emptying. It's trying to empty its buffer, which it can't because it's running so quickly that this is literally producing a blue belt's worth of lithium chloride all on its own. That's a bit ridiculous. These fast chemical plants are amazing.
Yeah.
It's just a shame we don't have an advanced electrolysis plant to go with them. Madman probably has a mod that adds them in. These ones aren't running because I haven't put the other things in. So this is water. Let's have an underground blue belt here. It would help if I didn't, forget important stuff like this.
You know those blue downstream belts that are there. Each of those sets holds an entire train's load of
right. Nice.
resources.
And I need to get the chlorine in here somehow as well. We can just do that from here. Boom, 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 boom. No. What? Get it right. There we go. Right, now these can all run. Yeah, I may well just go for the let's have another beacon's worth of the electrolyzers at the top. We shall see. Okay, Johan. Well, thanks for watching, and yes, I shall be back for more XCOM on Wednesday. So I'll see you then. I was going to put a belt here and a splitter to pass this back around onto the top belt, but there's no point. That's a silly thing to do. It wouldn't matter, but it would be pointless. Okay, so again, even with twice as many machines, admittedly some of which aren't productivity moduled, we are still not using all of the lithium chloride that's being created. We are actually using it almost as fast as it's being made. Not quite, but pretty close. I don't. Basically, what I'm saying, and we're using this. Yeah, this one side of it is flowing basically constantly. So we're using more than half of the output here. So one of these machines wouldn't do an entire another. Well, it would do another set, I think, up here, but not another 2 sets. It's a decent quantity of lithium. I am tempted to just put this in and say that'll do for now. Just go with it, and then come. But leave. Oh, if I leave room, then I can expand it afterwards to have another couple of these machines in. Oh, we need more of this as well. Actually, no, just copy and paste the whole thing again. I think I'm reasonably happy with that design. So let's take that whole damn thing, and then go back out of blueprint mode, back down to Norvis, and drop it in. Where am I? Here am I. How big is it? It's a little bit big. I can put it in over here and run some belts around and things like that. That's fine. In fact, let's work around. Well, let's work around what Marc has already put in. So we'll put this here like that. We won't be able to place that, or any of that. Or that. But that can come from here. It can go up here because this is the whole point of why we're doing this. It can join onto the back of that belt, and that should be fine. Oh, hey, Marc. Welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. How's it going?
Evening, Marc.
I'm going in and going, oh my god, what has Marc done to my lithium production? And then going in and sort of bringing it back to, well, we don't have enough lithium, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. Oh, hell. No, not like that. Like that, that's better.
Well, what I like about it is you're saying that as though I'm not doing exactly the same thing about steel. But not Marc.
What? What have you done?
You're still complaining about steel?
Yeah.
I can't imagine Mike complaining.
I know, it's so out of character.
The steel that's completely ingots now.
Yep.
And so...
Oh, we do have pylon substations down here. Nice, or at least one of them, which is all I need for this build. Oh, good. Glad to hear your event is eventful, and the good sort of eventful. Right, so I need a prime of chlorine. Can I just nick chlorine from over here, or will that upset everything? No, because we are making a steady stream of chlorine, because the chlorine is disappearing in the form of the lithium chloride here. So I think that means I can pull out of that into here. So I don't actually need this bit. I just need that to come over here. And I can nick this chlorine, if I can find it. There it is. Bring that down here to here. And do that. And then, of course, a corner, because I always forget the corners. Right, so we've got a decent amount of chlorine there, actually. So that can flow down here, kickstart this system, and then we can use the hydrogen here. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get rid of some of the rocket... We're not going to be able to get rid of this oxygen as rocket fuel, are we? I can just see this being a problem. I don't think this one is. Although what is happening with the hydrogen, I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, yes, you're right. I think it might be. Let's get rid of that for a moment, because I'm concerned now. Now you said that. Oh yes, because we've got the 2 chemical plants and the 2 electrolysis plants. Yeah. All right. There's a closed. Yes, these 2 are balanced. Yeah. Yep. I take it back. I can't do what I wanted to do. All right. Back to plan A. It is then. Which is that. Not you. I am going to need to bring in some sand then, and just vent off the hydrogen from that one, because that's easy. I don't want that though at the moment. Okay, so I don't need this or this, but I do need This I am going to split off from, because that I think is fine. I don't think you've carefully balanced the amount of sand that's being produced, especially as I only actually need this as a bootstrap down here.
Laurence, with no additional context, would you prefer a Marc belt or logistics bots moving? I don't know how many, not a huge number of items, but occasional items a long distance.
You don't fancy a train then?
The train would be excessive for the number of items. The number of items aren't going to fill a train.
Right. If it's that few, and it's that you make it sound like it's probably going to be more or less a one-off.
It's not going to be a one-off, but I don't know how many. And I also can't remember what it is, but I started setting it up for... I need to send... It's bringing stuff down from Norbit that's not ores.
Right, okay.
So anything else that comes down.
So it's basically buildings that come bringing down, is it? It's things like...
I think so, but it could be anything else that gets dumped into those wagons. It's a building that I want now, but...
Right. Because
I can't remember what building.
Because shipping shipping buildings down. We've established is okay to do that with logistics bots, because they're sort of they're weird things. It's not a steady stream of one thing or another. It's sort of this time I want some of them, next time I want some of that, and so on. So I think that's probably okay. I think that's okay to do with logistics bots. It's sort of what they're for.
Okay, I will put it in as that, and if we decide that there's something else for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a steady stream of a thing, then my answer might be different. But
is this just returning them to Norvis because they're excess in space, or is it?
No, it'll be
things like
I can't remember what the building is. So stuff like wide area beacons
and
or
pylon substations.
Pylons, yeah.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Those are buildings. I don't feel I'm sort of okay with those being shipped around by bots in order to be lowered down, because it's sort of so random and you can't unless you put in belts of absolutely everything. And in the same way that unless you use belts of absolutely everything, it wouldn't really work.
It would feed over to the bus area and go into a purple chest there. It's just then it's a short distance purple chest and logistic bot travel.
Right, I think. I'm not sure, I think.
So it's still
9-minute warning
the logistics system.
Yep, thank you, Marc. Appreciate it.
Have you actually found a use for purple chests? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't use purple chests very much.
Yeah.
What do you use them for? Because I'm happy to believe
getting rid of stuff quickly.
It's sort of just but when why though?
So here we've got all sorts of stuff coming down from Norbit, mostly ores, but also occasionally.
That end.
building.
Okay, yeah, all right. That makes more sense. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. I mean, I reserve the right to point at you when you complain about the chest of shame being full of stuff, but
depends what they're full of.
Yeah.
And also, I can't remember what I wanted.
Where's my sand? Here comes my sand. Okay, is this all wired up properly?
Me that if my train just continues to run, even with nothing being brought up, it will still happily be taking down all these spare ores.
True. Yeah.
So I might not disable it.
We may eventually decide that it'd be worth having a train that's just there to bring down ores and triggers on, goes up and starts doing the run if there's more than a certain amount in the warehouse up there. Yeah, we may decide that's worthwhile. The water's down here. Right. Okay. Looks. I should shed sand belt to red. I could do. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is looking a little bit struggly.
It would be very useful to have a thing that just outputs the number of slots that are occupied in an inventory.
Yeah, there is a mod for that, as it will not surprise you at all.
Oh yeah, of course.
This belt, as you can see, is now jamming up a little bit. Is now starting to backlog nicely, and also this is only going to be running temporarily, because once there's once there's 10,000 chlorine in this tank, this system is going to stop running and is just not going to be needed anymore. Oh yeah, infinite pipe's still there.
It was space rail. That's what I wanted to send out.
When do we point out to Mark that I can't see the biters anymore? Guys, I
Mark,
can't see...
turns out Mike can't see the biters.
Did one of you deal with them, or have they gone and wandered off somewhere else?
No, I've not dealt with them.
All right.
Yeah, Mark, you left an area up here that was only defended by a little cluster of turrets.
It was there.
The biters bit through the wall and then destroyed all the turrets and then explored down to somewhere down about here somewhere. So Mike's put in these turrets, which may or may not have got the kills. Who knows? You can check all the turrets for kill numbers. Some of them some of them then wandered back out across this shallow water and round this way. So it turns out not only did they eat their way through the wall, there was also a way round the wall. But basically this area was not sufficiently defended. In fact, even with the improvements that Mike has made, this area is still not defended because they can still wander around the back. They'll probably get poked by the lasers a bit. Yeah, they will. They won't make it past without at least aggroing the lasers. So they probably won't sneak past.
Just there.
But... no, it's not. It's it's coming around like this through the shallow water.
Yeah.
So
okay. I'd have to walk all the way. Yeah, fine. Yeah. So, yeah.
You need a strip of landfill and a strip of wall that goes up and down, or you could just go. Well, they're going to aggro the laser anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. They can't actually get past without something happening.
Yeah, it will only ever be a. Let's just double check our pollution situation. Yeah, it'll only ever be a expansion party, and those are quite small.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, I think it'll probably be okay, especially now that you put in more lasers there, and the lasers do support each other, so that I think it's probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
Mark says it was a warning wall, so it worked as intended because we were warned. Yes. Well.
We were warned. What you missed, Mark, was Cinder going, who's going to deal with that then? None of us are on plan. It's all Laurence's fault. Oh no.
We did eventually do it remotely, so it wasn't too bad. I said, and by we I mean Mike.
There's negotiations with the locals. It was going to be me. Let's be honest.
In
Mark's absence. Yep.
Right, so there we go. That's interesting. With this machine, when running at full pelt and having a space available to dump stuff out into, is not quite capable of filling a blue belt all by itself. It's pretty close though, and this belt is starting to back up gradually. So I think this is going to be sufficient. My only slight concern is whether these machines are going to be sufficient. But at least at the moment, while there's an insufficiency of chlorine, it seems to be all right. And the fact that this machine is keeping running absolutely constantly suggests that the amount of chlorine and then therefore the hydrogen chloride coming through here is sufficient, even if the hydrogen chloride is gradually filling the pipe up actually. So yeah, I think that's okay. Yes, you would have been on Norvis, except you escaped to... I'm not quite sure. I can't remember where you are, and I don't know whether I'm allowed to say. But yes, you would have been on Norvis, except you're off somewhere in Germany gallivanting. So... yeah, partial success.
Serves you right for having a good time rather than streaming with us.
Yeah, priorities. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with this this system here. Let's have all of these machines along here putting onto the top side of the belt, because we've got all of these pouring out onto the bottom side of it. So if we have this bank of machines dumping onto the bottom of the belt, and then all of these banks of machines dumping onto the top side of the belt, it'll keep things slightly more balanced, and we might be able to actually, flow out all of the lithium we're making, because it does now seem to be, well, it's not more than a blue belt, but there is a bit of backlog here that needs to be pushed through. And we don't want to deprive all these lovely machines along here of their ability to fill the belt. So, yeah, we now have... Oh, in that case, I'm going to do a upgrade a Matron along here as well. Because now, if we're putting in... We have too many... not you. Just once. We have far too many warehouses along here. So let's fix that. What? Yeah, make that make that red, all the way along there, and then we can, and then now I can make it all blue with a single, make all of this blue with a single drag, and this as well. Right. So up here, we don't actually want to have these warehouses. What's going on? How are they being loaded? I can't tell. Let's get rid of that. I don't know. Yeah, let's get rid of these. Let's change the train limit over here. Summon the train. So we can empty these warehouses into the train. Then I can get rid of the warehouses, and then things will be better. And I guess, I suppose it's this. This is the warehouse I have to keep in theory, isn't it? Because we want to be able to have a stream of lithium going over here for Marc reasons, probably. Oh no, Tristan reasons. Sorry, it was a long belt. I assumed. Tristan has taken that up into Norvis. So, I mean, actually, no, you don't need that anymore, Tristan. Or you won't need that because that's going to be replaced by a train quite soon.
Yeah, that should be on.
It looks like it has been actually. Well, there is a station. There is a train station there, so it's not going to be too much effort to replace that with a train. So you know what? I'm just going to.
Lithium is. Yeah, you can cut that. Lithium can be provided. Because it's on the.
Oh wait, let's not do that.
It's on the bank of belts. I don't know where.
It is.
Yeah. I need to head off at this point, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yep. That's all right. We'll we can carry on without you.
Oh, I'm sure you can. I've screenshot how everything should be working, so I'll compare when the when the video comes out. Just double checking this. Yep.
What's that limited to? Oh, that's limited to 1 stack. Okay, we'll increase that limit a bit to a full warehouse, because then we can drain this one, which is a row. But I think I'm okay with I'm okay with that being a full warehouse as long as I get rid of all of the other warehouses. Would you concur?
It is the sort of thing we tried to avoid, but.
Actually, I could just make it 2 trains worth. All right, I'll do that. That's fine. It's not a problem. There isn't too much lithium.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 train. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 trains. Damn it. Try again. Counting is hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. 2 trains worth of stuff. Do that. There we go. That's full. So that means I can. Just no. Right. So now I can get rid of all of that and replace it with a belt that just goes up like this. If you could take a little bit more lithium, that'd be lovely. But if not, c'est la vie.
Yeah, just give me a moment. You can probably
just set it firing on with no limit until to empty the belt.
Hang on, where are you sending that?
It looks like it's where all the clouds are made, I think.
Oh, clouds. Okay.
Cloud
I was
production.
adding it to the wrong place.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't have a station thing for it yet.
It has a station, but it
accept...
doesn't have a train and set up and so on.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for now. There's enough in there that it's going to be able to fire quite a few more capsules. But if you run out of lithium, then you'll know that you need to set up a train.
You can open fire with all of them, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Let's just drain that off then. So this one down here, just go.
There's a train worth of stuff, nearly. There's 74 stacks of stuff in the warehouse.
Right, there's a decent amount of space then. Yeah, we that should work quite nicely. Right, if we can have these belts in here now, little bots, that'd be useful, and these ones up here as well. Then that'd be great, and then we can just make sure this whole system's working.
And that manages to empty the delivery cannon chest before the next one arrives, which is the other critical part there.
Oh, okay. Yep. That shouldn't be too hard,
No.
I think.
It's slightly scary how many RAM material.
Oh, you're still here.
So I just wanted to see the last few trains deliver things, and I'm apparently incredibly short on rare metals again. Anyway, night all. Have a good one. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I
promises there.
will hopefully be able to sort of watch the Wednesday stream and annoy you in chat again.
Good. That is all I ask for.
Yeah. Point out things like if you go and stand with your face against a wall, you probably can't see what's the other side of it.
Oh.
Anyway, have a good one. And I will see you
I've just remembered why these
when I see you.
cables are here.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye. If anything is greater than 10... Okay, so something is greater... Oh, there isn't any coming through because I broke the belt down there because I'm a muppet. Right, okay, let's give that another minute.
Laurence,
Yes.
when you were turning things on the bus around, did you turn around rail? Yes, you did.
Okay, I was going to say I definitely stopped it going into the rocket because I did that with everything. I sent rail the other way, but I couldn't tell you whether I turned around excess amounts of further down the bus rail.
Oh, you're feeding it into the rocket for the bus. I'm inclined to.
What? Am I?
Because we're not. So it's not being fed. Sorry, not the rocket for the bus. The train for the bus.
Oh right.
For the.
Oh, are you making the space rail somewhere else?
Well, I'm. We need to make it in.
We need to make
the
energy cells,
area,
doesn't it? Yeah, really. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, true. It was one of the things that was going into the rocket, so I just went
Yeah,
in and did
that's
all
fine.
of them,
I can move it, and no one's going to get upset that it's been.
Yeah.
I'm going to just rotate it rather than.
Okay, you could send that up to energy in your energy train. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah,
That's the plan.
and that'll at least give us another space to pass stuff up if it's needed for the bus. Another gap on the belts going up there because I stole one for stone. So yeah, could be useful. Oh blimey! Oh, here are all the fluid stations. Nice.
Yep.
Have you kept my basic design of sending the trains away when they're at Yep, you have. Good. Nice.
Yeah. Well, that one was just
That was just my
basically
train,
copy
actually,
pasted
wasn't
it.
Yeah. Right, so here we go. Over here, this is backed up because we had too much lithium. So now the lithium is flowing in the way we would expect it to in normal use. As you can see, we're now getting, the lithium's coming out of here at a rate, going onto the bottom side of the belt. It's coming out of all the other ones being put on the top side, or left side, depending on how you look at it. And that's leaving just about enough space for most of these machines to empty as well, kind of, more or less. Good enough, I guess. We have a blue belt, basically, therefore, we have a blue belt of lithium coming up here, flowing in here, and it's now, and the train is filled up and gone, so that's a good start. Looking in here, it's filling up. The question is, how full will it get before the train gets back again? The train is still outbound, so it's got time. It looks like the train has just about reached the station where it's going to drop stuff off. But yeah, I think producing lithium at a solid blue belt is somewhat better than the rate we had it before, which was a dribble of a yellow belt.
Yeah.
I suspect there might be some buffers emptying. To be honest, I think we might not actually be producing literally a solid blue belt of it, but it's. Yeah, there's some gaps in it coming out now, so we're not quite at that level. But still, it's pretty good. We're producing quite a lot of lithium.
Laurence, since you're up in Norbit, would you prefer me to put a blue chest down to get all the rail over to the energy area, or would you like to ferry some over for me?
Oh, you mean right? What's the stuff that's in the in the storage at the moment?
Basically empty out.
Yeah, I can do that. There's less than an inventory full. Although there is an entire belt full as well, actually. Do you want to reverse turn that belt round?
Yeah, I can do. That's going to take longer, but I'm going to set up a blue chest anyway. So that once you've done that, so any that just appear, and the next train is going to come up with some more.
Do you want it just in your drop-off warehouses?
Yeah, any of those warehouses will be fine.
Right, okay, there's 2,500.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you don't put the okay, I'll let if one of us turns all these belts round, then it'll appear in here fairly soon. So that won't take too long. In fact, I'm here looking at it and thinking about it. I'll turn the belt round.
Okay, thank you.
This is a lot of rail just on a belt for reasons. Okay, that's as much as I can do before it turns into a split.
Yeah, that's fine. The rest can be done
Yeah.
manually. Just need to work out how we send it down.
Well,
how we decide how much to send down. So it's going down in the
space rail to
trains.
send down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. A few hundred down on Norvis is probably sufficient. Because it's not like we shouldn't be setting up enormous areas of space rail down there. I mean, I know enormous areas is going to be things that change. From
doing
time
it
to time.
manually when it's needed is probably enough.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and thank you, Doopy, for pointing out that I'd cut this off from the green network that tells the rest of the factory what's in the station and how much lithium we've got. Okay, so now it's got to what I'm going to assume is probably a steady state. We don't have a full blue belt coming out, but we have 2/3 of a blue belt roughly, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's sufficient. We now have we have more than a train's worth in the station. The train is not here. The train is waiting at lithium drop for some reason. Oh, it's emptying. Okay, that's fair enough. They're allowed to do that. And where is that? What's that? Oh, that's lithium sulfur batteries again. So the lithium sulfur batteries...
It's the closest one.
Yeah. Have obviously been getting through a lot of lithium while we had problems with it. But we are producing lithium faster than the train is taking it away. So, I mean, on the one hand, we might need an additional lithium train to pick it up if we have that higher level. But I suspect we're just refilling buffers at this point. So I'm prepared to be cautiously optimistic about this and see how things go. And another train on Njord has run out of fuel this time.
Oh. Okay, I'll have a look.
Right. So yes, I'm happy about the lithium, and I think there's a joke in there. Isn't lithium some sort of mood altering? I don't know. I don't know enough about that sort of thing. It is tempting. I could if I needed to, I could put in another of these like that with a little bit of finagling. But at the moment, I don't think it's necessary, so I'm not going to bother. But if it does turn out to be necessary, that is an opportunity to get in this definitely up to a full blue belt. But well, obviously it'd be a second belt running in, but yeah, get a bit more throughput there. So, I don't. Oh, you're right. It does. Yes. Yeah, I missed the more important part of that. So that, yes, you're quite right, Doopy. That needs to go up to there, because otherwise it won't call the train back. Derp. So that train is now empty. I don't know why it's not coming here. Train limit 0.
Is it full enough?
8,000. No. Oh, these trains are twice the size I thought they were. Duh. Well, that's one train's worth. Let's make that a bit bigger. Hang on. A wagon is 4 stacks, so 2 wagons is 8, 3 is 12, 4 is 16. So two trains is 32, so 320 line. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to let this warehouse fill up completely, I think, because 2 trains is 320 and a warehouse is 500. It's not that much more. 500. 490, 70, 40, 30. Oh. 490, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 400. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 300. 320 and a spare row. I've limited it a little bit. So yeah, it actually hadn't reached the point of being ready for a train yet, but now it has. So there we go. Train's on its way. Yes, thank you. You're quite right. Who is it? Doopy. There we go. You're quite right. I screwed up the signalling in 2 ways on that station. So well done me. How far down does the train have to go to get back here? Okay. Never mind.
Might be worth adding a turnaround.
Yeah, I was thinking of finishing
if
off
it
this
is a long way.
turnaround here, but there's a chain signal in the way, which I could get rid of, admittedly, like that.
I mean, we have bots for a reason.
Yeah, I know. Let's move the chain signal up a little bit to there, and I suppose I could put one there as well. Just be good. Does that mean I need one there? Probably does. Right. Okay, so we've got to turn around there, as well as... Oh, that's the exit from all of the bus stations. So, yeah, that'll do. Especially as lithium seems to be in quite high demand at the moment. Lithium given to help with bipolar disorder, yes, and dilithium to help with starship disorder. Fair enough. All right, Mark. Well, thanks for stopping by. You can catch up on the VOD if you want, or you can wait for the videos, or you can just come along next week and see what and go, oh my god, what have they done to my everything? Everything's broken. Biters are eating everything, and all those other sort of things. To be fair, it is after 11 o'clock now, so we should probably also think about stopping. I mean, I've got my second day of work tomorrow, so I should probably be at least vaguely sharp and with it for talking to new colleagues. How far did I get down through my to-do list? Well, I got to the red circuits having problems, and that's why I started doing the lithium. The train isn't getting... Ah, yes. We're not getting enough aeroframe scaffolds being taken up to the Norbit Astro area. That's something to deal with. Too much glass is a known thing. Tristan sort of band-aided that, but...
it's still filling up.
Yeah. Lot more lithium making. I've done that. Mineral water mine, done that. Move some of the outpost filter belts. I can't bother with that at the moment because it's 11 o'clock. Make filter belt go... Oh, yes. The... there is a problem here that this bit the aero scaffolding is stinky and the biters won't like it. So I should really probably I could run the filter belt down from here and through here and then join it on to here. That's probably going to be the easiest way to deal with it. And maybe
you've got what's the name, an infinity pipe on Norbis that you put down.
Oh, okay, I'll get rid of that. I thought I got rid of them all, but I didn't have to admit I didn't look particularly closely. Oh, there it is. It's hard to see as it goes. I should have zoomed out until it went purple, but I didn't. So, let's take a... Oh, there's no filters on this filter belt. I mean, there's no purifiers on this filter belt. Probably because it's going through an area that's basically clean. Okay. Let's drop in a red splitter here, which is going to jam the whole thing up forever because that's how these things work. Run this down here. Okay, all right, fine. I'll switch over. Ooh, this is obviously an area that isn't roboporty. I have missed the pylons down the middle. Thank goodness for that. Are these squares of creep? Yes, they are. How odd.
Oh, it's just not being picked up.
Yeah. I don't want to actually be quite so close to the pylons, really. Let's come along here. Oh, there's stuff here, but this is an outpost, so let's not mess around with that. Let's just carry on along here. I have to admit, there is something mildly entertaining about making ridiculously long belts like this. And
now
then
you see why Mark does it.
Yeah, just for the entertainment value. Then I need another red splitter in here to rejoin the two together, like that. And then this can come in like that. I feel a little bit dodgy for having split it off like that, rather than, just extending the whole thing. But I don't care.
Are you rejoining it somewhere?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I've not just sent it out into the middle of nowhere. I'm not quite that
Oh,
rogue.
because you need to return the dead ones.
Yeah, exactly. And if it wasn't for that, I think all of it would just be spokes going outwards to wherever they're needed.
Hmm.
Right, how often do you think I should put in a filter? Because that's going to be my filter design. Ooh. Let's use what I learned from that in that video I made recently of using snap to grid and making my grid let's say 20. 20 is a number. I didn't mean to do that. Let's do it slightly differently. Let's get it right this time and demonstrate that I do know how to use this new tool. So snap to grid, I want to use relative. I want to have the height 20, not 200 or 290, 20. And then they'll all reach. But where are the everythings? It doesn't fit. Meh. Oh, and I need to make sure I get them on the correct side of the belt, otherwise the inserter will do it wrong. So they need to always be on the outside of the belt. Let's do a quick redesign of my my blueprint, because that ain't going to work. So we'll put that there, and then we'll put the... Actually, there may well be enough... Let's just go with this, see what happens. So my next one wants to be about there. And now I should be able... It's okay. Just put it down anyway. Yeah, at this point, this is working very well. Thump, 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 thump. Phew, that didn't quite interfere with the signal. So tromp, 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 all the way along here, and then my next one will be up here. And at this point, I don't actually need. Yeah, there's enough. This is going to be close enough to all these pylons, I think. So let's try that again with these ones, and again, snap, relative, width 20, blueprint, and I'll put it in there. I should probably come back along here and make sure they've all actually got power. Oop, that one missed. Put it there on the corner, and then another one there, because I don't know, I feel like the corners are likely to be dirtier. Go up here, round this area clearly doesn't have proper robot coverage because there's big gaps in absolutely everything. Actually, no, it does. There's loads of green around. I don't know why there's gaps in the railway line, but we'll have to.
Probably because there was creeps there. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. No, don't put that in. That's silly. Yeah, right. Let's finish this railway line off then, because I can now that the creep's been decreeped. That goes to that chunk, and let's check the other one was done properly as well, because I think it was. Yeah, that's all right. And then I'll come back along here and then sort out all of these to make sure they're actually going to have power, which most of them aren't typically. And that one does. Because it feels a bit silly and a little bit pointless putting them all in and then going, oh wait, they're actually not working. Could I put that there? I could, yes. Get rid of that one then. That one's fine. This one's fine. This one is not fine. It will be if I do that. That one's fine. That one is not. Why are there just no pylon? Fine, do that then. Fix it the lazier way. Oh, that pylon's already full. It is a little bit annoying that pylons can only have five cables coming off them. Like that. Because 5 isn't enough, turns out. Wait, hang on. There we go. Oh, I've got out of the off the spaceship flooring, so I'm starting to having to use up the life support packs again. That one's full. That one's full. They're all full. This is harder than it should be, or more effort than it should be, or just worse than it should be.
I suspect that's why Mark had them with
Big poles.
large pylon and a small one for
Yeah.
every single pair, every single set.
Yeah, I thought I'd see how far I could get like this. And it turns out not very. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's not. Still not. That one's okay. Yep. Nope. Put that there. And it will be. That one's okay. That one's not. Nope. No, because the pylon's full. Okay, that'll do. That one's good. That one's not so good. In fact, I don't need. If I put that there. No, if I put that there, then I don't need the other one. Is that linked? I can't tell. No, it's not. Well, I've done the important bits at least. There's a few more left to. Still few that are having issues though. At least this will cover the. And once this is done, it will at least get rid of all of that pollution that was around the bottom area of the map, and so that's going to be a good improvement to make. Yeah, along here we can clearly see the ones that are being problematic. You know what? Let's put that there, and then brute force it. There we go. Why is this? Oh, so that's the clearing out. Right. So now we have a huge long row of these along here. It'll get fixed up eventually, I'm sure. A load of stuff that still needs to be built, but that will then help with all of this pollution patch down here and stop anything else drifting out like this bit that's going out over the lake, but won't get anywhere because there's another belt on the inside of it. So that's fine anyway. We've got, this is now flowing again nicely. Yes, it is. And down here we'll have this one. Well, it's gonna do a little bit of catching up, but eventually this solid lump of clean filters is going to get out and will be dealt with. We can also now, we've got the belt down here, we could get rid of things like this bit where there's a where we and have a separate belt and not need the outpost station here for all these, but that's also on the to-do list for another time. So I'm certainly not going to bother with that for now. Right, so that was missing pylons for new thermofluid and chem gel machines. Let's see if anyone's done that. When Marc moved them out, he missed the pylons out along here, and no, he hasn't. So that's same sort of thing again as I was just doing actually. So let's get rid of that one and that one, and then put them in a suit of places where it'll actually work. Wait, hang on a minute. Why did that not have power? That's weird. And the inserter here. There we go. Let's put that there, and then it should work. Oh, because this one isn't hooked up to anything. That's why. So put another one in there, then it'll work. Right. So that's that fixed. It is now 11:30. I think that's probably a good time to call it a night, especially as one of the crew didn't make it at all, and the other one has already left. So I'm just gonna have another quick look at the lithium station, see how that's getting on, and then I think I'll call it a night. Is there anything you're in the middle of that you want to try and finish off before we finish, or are you good to stop?
Yes, but it won't take long.
Okay. So over here we have a decent quantity of lithium in there. How's this doing? 37. Yeah, so I think there's just about enough in here to fill the train up. So we are producing it as fast as it's being taken away by the train. The question is whether the other end is using it as fast as it's being. Yeah, that's still going to the lithium sulfur battery production. Oh my god, because it is, as Tristan said, it is the closest place that lithium is being used, and I can't find it now. Oh, here it is. Here, this one. Yeah, we are creating a flood of batteries now, and presumably refilling the station. Oh, and also filling the train up as well. So they are actually being used at quite a rate, or at least taken away at quite a rate. Now, some of this is going to be going over because we've suddenly started producing them again because we've got lithium. So they're presumably going to all be going over to the sulfur battery drop for the bus, and then taken down to fill these belts up, ready to go up into orbit. Because we did see a lot of those batteries going through there. Let's see if the train goes when this fills. Yes, it is, and it is once again going to the bus. So we
The
are
bus.
The bus.
For lithium.
Lithium,
batteries.
No, lithium
Okay.
sulfur batteries. So yeah, and these are going down quite quickly. Or at least they're going down quite noticeably. Which way are they going? And that's the ones. Yeah, the ones that are going onto the bus are. We are churning through them. They're getting used up, and I suspect we had a distinct shortage of them before. So we're now sort of playing fill the station back up again. Yeah, I may need to put in more lithium production and an additional lithium train, and also a balancer because there isn't one there. Not balancer, stacker. So yeah, despite all that effort, we still don't have any more any more red circuits being made. And that's been the whole thing we've been trying to do. One of the big things that was on the list of things we really needed to do this session. But yeah, no. Oh well, we have done other stuff. I am going to put in another lithium production facility because I think we do need it. If I put this up here, and then just can I worry about the rest of the part? Yeah, let's make another copy that doesn't capture the external pipey bits, so just get that bit up as far as there, and then go and patch the other bits because this will fit in the gap like that. Put it down as far as I can, and then get rid of that belt there. And then there's going to be some patching up of belts around here, but one of the big things we need is to link the here come the bots. One of the big things we need is to link the this stuff, the chlorine, from there to hang on, wasn't this supposed to be? Oh no, it's over here that the chlorine comes out and links around. But over here, I still need to get the chlorine out. I guess it's up here. Yeah, so this is chlorine. So yeah, that is linked into the same place. So I can just link this straight up to this tank, and that will be fine. Do that and that, and are you guys supposed to be linked? Yes, you are. And then you're supposed to link from here over to chlorinery over this way, which is going to be one of these pipes. It's this one. Like that. This is the oxygen venting. So again, we'll do some sort of spaghetti of underground pipes. You didn't think I'd go the whole episode without any spaghetti, did you?
Certainly hope not.
Exactly. It's what people come to these streams for, I think.
That's what I come here to do.
Let's fuse through there. Yep, let's get rid of that one. Right, so that's the oxygen disposal, which is admittedly pumping straight through the other oxygen production, but never mind. We've got the chlorine passed around there, and then we have what are you? You are you're the hydrogen, which we actually want, and I think that can just be left to deal with it. So, yeah, so we producing the hydrogen there. That's fine. We need a water supply here, which is going to be some up here. There we go. And that's going to be this pipe at this level, like that. There we go. So that's water. And water is also needed over here. It's going to be this one, and this one, that, and that. Oh, come on. Never. always saves when I'm in the middle of something, but that's probably because I'm always in the middle of something. Oh, it put the pipes in the right places, even though it was busy saving. That's quite impressive. So those link up like that, and that is my water. And then finally, we need to put in mineral water somewhere, and that is this one. So we can link that into there, which is a mineral water supply. That was really convenient, actually. That's a really easy pipe link up to do. I'm amazed it was so simple. We can get rid of that because it's in a silly place, and then put in a big pylon here to get power down there. And then I think that's going to be it. That's going to just kick in. Oh, we need to get the lithium out of here somehow as well. That would be a good idea. So bring it to here. Nope. Here. And then we can have an additional blue belt come across here. And up to here like this. This isn't quite going to double the lithium production, but it's going to be relatively close. It's going to be a big increase of. It's not quite, as I say, not quite a doubling, but pretty close. This system here isn't producing anything like as fast as this one. This is probably a good 2/3 of what's coming through. So we're gonna increase it by, if my maths there is right, by about 2/3. So that's pretty good. Got all the bots trying to charge up here. Yeah. That's now done. We can just wait for that to build, and I think it should just kick in and start working. Oop, suddenly everything lit up. I'm not sure why it lit up, but it did. Probably the water arriving. So, yeah, let's say thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I will be back on Wednesday with the regular XCOM stream, XCOM 2 War of the Chosen specifically. If you haven't submitted your soldier yet, it's still not too late. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of recruiting going on as we lose people, or as we try and add in more troops. Tomorrow there is going to be a tutorial video coming out. If you're a supporter, you get to see the shiny new video all about blueprints and how to all the sort of the intricacies of using blueprints. There might even be stuff in there you don't know. If you're not a supporter, you can see last week's supporter video, which was logistics chests and all that sort of stuff. So that'll be again potentially worth checking out. Maybe it'll teach you something. Maybe it won't. Who knows? And then is there anything else happening in the week? Yes, Friday, Saturday will be the update videos that happen, telling you about everything that was going on during this stream, all the things we've been building, why we've been trying to make so much lithium, and so on. So as ever, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. You're very welcome, Nogard, and everyone else. As I say, thank you for watching. I don't think there's a great deal more to say apart from like, subscribe, comment, follow, whatever, all of the sort of things you're supposed to be doing. So thank you very much for watching. Oh, actually, the lithium's starting to come out already. I'm impressed. I didn't realise I'd quite got everything linked up yet, but yeah, that's kicked in and is now happy. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good point to end the stream on, even if this belt isn't quite finished. The next question is, where do I put the next block of it? I suppose there's probably room for another chunk of it here if I get desperate. In fact, that would fit in. I'd have to move some of these pipes around a little bit, but yeah, I could totally put that there. And then another one in here if necessary. We'll see. Hopefully, I won't need too much more of it. But yeah, I think that's satisfying. We've got a suitable boost of the lithium production now. The next thing is going to be putting in an additional train and somewhere for that second train to park. Right. Let's call it there. Where's OBS? Here's OBS. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye.